What is up, everybody? Welcome to Truth and Transparency. Good morning, all my Florida folks. You know, Florida's like a second home to me. Lived in Key West for a long time. Not like a long time, but enough. Enough that it was where I resided. Why did I ever leave Key West? Good question. Oh, shit. Here we go. We are here for the Florida versus Mario Saldana trial. This is murder for hire case, day one. Jury selection is here. We're waiting patiently to see which one of these Jacksonville lovely news network folks are going to be throwing this up on time. I'm also very curious to see if they've made any changes to how they're going to run the camera, where they're going to put the cameras, where they're going to put the microphones. But we're here with a lot of good information to keep us understanding what's going on, get us up to speed. The big thing for today that we really want to hear, it starts here in 7 minutes. The big thing that we want to hear today is both sides get to introduce to the jury the narrative of this case. And so that's the big thing that always happens before, and is told to the jurors before they start going into like their questioning. So also I have pulled up Mario Saldana's team filed a late motion over the weekend. Maybe it got in on Friday night, but let me grab it here. I know that strategically, Mario Saldana's team waited to the last minute to depot Biggerstaff, Juan, and John, and Jeremy Ordway. Jeremy Ordway was Tenon's alleged kind of roommate. And then Mario's team deposed. They were running depositions literally all the way up until last week, until the end of July. It's nuts. Having one Biggerstaff was deposed on Wednesday, July 29th. Havel Ponder, I think that's how he says his name. Same thing. Deposed on the 29th. He's like a jailhouse rat, allegedly. I already think that this case has a lot of procedural issues. I think a couple of the times that Jose Baez has ever been present, you can kind of see him just shaking his head about what the fuck is going on. All right, this is the juror order. So the way that Gardner's is that it follows it. I'll be actually physically in Jacksonville when Shanna Gardner's kicks off. So let's go and look at this new. Oh man, this is how they run things for the jurors in Florida. So here's the order for jury. Oopsies. There we go. Okay, on juror anonymity, here's the ruling. This is how this has to be done. So pursuant to the trial order entered on April 28th, 2026, and by the agreement of the parties, the court finds that the above styled case is of high public interest, which is amazing for us, and that to insulate the jurors from the outside influences, the court finds that temporary, because Florida's so open about everything, I just love it. So the court finds that temporary juror anonymity and protection is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case, and no less restrict means are available to accomplish this goal. Pursuant to Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure, the court hereby orders the following to protect and keep confidential the following. Again, this is just for a limited time purpose. Number one is during phase one. So that's where we're at right here. During phase one, any information related to the prospective juror's name, address, date of birth, specific place of employment, or any other aspect of their identity that may lead to the revealing of their identity shall remain confidential until 7 days from the conclusion of a jury being seated and sworn. That means during trial, this can be revealed. Okay. Pretty interesting, huh? After the time period has elapsed, the Duval County Clerk must comply with the public records laws on prospective jurors that have been excused from service. So we'll know about all those people that got excused. Now, during phase 1 and 2, if a prospective juror completes a questionnaire, the questionnaire shall remain confidential until, now this is the questionnaire, shall remain confidential until 7 days from the conclusion of a jury being seated and sworn. After the time period has elapsed, the Duval County Clerk must comply with the public records laws and prospective jurors that have been excused from service. I want to know about that questionnaire, baby. Now, for seated jurors and alternate jurors, the names of the jurors, addresses, date of birth, specific place of employment, or any other aspect of their identity that may lead to the revealing of their identity shall remain confidential until 60 days from the conclusion of all trial court proceedings or further order of this court. And then at that point, it's a free-for-all, motherfuckers. Good morning. It's a free-for-all in Florida, baby. Okay. I love it. I love it. Open them floodgates for Lana. Give me the material. For seated jurors now and alternate jurors, the completed questionnaire and other court-obtained information for purposes of contact shall remain confidential until 60 days from the conclusion of the trial. So we can get ourselves a little interview here down the road. I already lined up an interview for of a witness, okay, at the commencement of this trial. And I even said that I would pull like a Dave situation where I would, be able to change the audio hearing of, you're going to hear generic, voice and, when I'm, talking with them. They know everybody very, very well in this case. And I'm not going to reveal who this person is, but they were subpoenaed for both trials. Never give my information for my sources away unless they want to, say, I'm fine with people knowing. Now, during phase 1 and 2, the court finds that minimization of, photographs, video, and other media will serve the interests of justice. So the way this will work is prospective jurors may not be photographed or recorded during the course of jury selection or trial. That's normal. This extends to any attempt to capture images or video of jurors as they travel to and from the courthouse. Lana, there is going to be none of that. You hear me? For all you fucking idiots out there that tried to troll. Lana's taking pictures of Delphi jurors in their cars, and oh my god, fucking liars. So you cannot be chasing down jurors. Now, the parties shall not identify the jurors by their names during voir dire. They have to refer to them as their juror numbers. Okay? And that's it. Guess what this means right here? See this part right here? Because Judge Kite is all about, she wants that camera in there. She wants this to be blasted. Okay? Judge Kite used to be a prosecutor, and she was on a pretty decent, bigger size case on, I forget if it was 2020, 48 hours. I put it out on my channel a while ago. I'll refine that so you guys can see Judge Kite, what she was like as a prosecutor. So, but further, this order is not intended to prevent the media entities from reporting on or disclosing information disclosed during jury selection, because you best believe we're going to be reporting everything. You just cannot say their names. So, I can say, juror 13, juror 100, juror, 64, and who better to be in that courtroom during jury selection and what type of questions were being asked than right here, your girl. Okay? Now, I extended my offer for, who else I believe would be really awesome to have down there? I would love for Lawyer Lee and Andrea to come down. I would love for them to cover this case. Lawyer Lee did an awesome video. And when I say would love for them to cover, that doesn't mean that they see things the way that I see them or any. Dude, you have to respect. I don't care about your opinions. I want you to have one. And then I want to hear why you feel that way, right? And in my opinion of this case is I am not taking the guided tour. All right? I went through the discovery, and I don't believe anything about that damn tire being at that house just waiting for the cops to come 6 months later. I cannot wait to hear about this. Okay? So innocence, guilt, I don't care what people think about that. It's all about the process, baby. So, if I have to get on a plane, all right, I have everything set up that if I have to catch up a plane tomorrow, because I'm like, you know what, this isn't good enough, and I'm going to Jacksonville. Or if I want to drive it, that's what's going to happen. So we're going to see how Florida and the reporting abilities of Twitter and of these people that have had a camera in the courtroom for all these pretrial proceedings. But if I am not feeling it after today, I am out of here, and I will be in Jacksonville. Because Mario Saldana's lawyer did an amazing job in this case representing his client's interests. He has filed, there are over 625 filings in this case. That's like BK level. But now remind yourself that there are, there was only two defendants before Henry Tenon said, okay, I'm not doing this. Yeah, give me a trial. So I think some of that has to do with the fact that there was multiple co-defendants. But at the end of the day, the death penalty was taken off the table in this case. Discovery, there was discovery sanctions done in this case, and they cannot use, they went and they lied. When I say they, the state lied about who was you cannot go through discovery and people's phones if there's an issue at hand where you need a taint team because of privilege. These people had lawyers. These people are married. You can't just go sifting through material, okay, when there's issues at hand and the lawyers bring it to the forefront, and then you got prosecutors and detectives lying about when they received stuff, who went through it. Judge Kite found that there was a little bit of misconduct here, and she said you cannot use certain things because you did not use a taint team, you did not do this right. So anything that you went through with that, bye-bye, adios. And it has to do with Mario and Henry Tenon. So I think overall, Judge Kite has been fair, and we'll see if that continues. We'll see what her in-court rulings are like. I see that she's trying to make logical rulings, and I like to see that. She's definitely not approachable. I would have loved to see Judge Kite running the Kohlberger case. Holy shit. It's just night and day. Think about it. When you're watching a sporting event and you have just refs that just take over a game to the point that you became the game. That's not how it's supposed to be. A judge is not supposed to take over a courtroom. And I think for the most part, I see her being, like I said, fair and logical. And we'll see if that continues. Now, with this said about the jurors, this also I wanted to show you that this is not to prevent the media entities from reporting on or disclosing information disclosed during jury selection. So she expects the media to be there. She wants the media to be there. And if they don't enhance these microphones, I'm going to be writing them. We're not going to watch this trial and not be able to hear shit. It's not going to happen. How can anyone say taint team with a straight face? When you say it backwards, team taint. Welcome. Good morning. If you've been following the Brian Kohlberger case, you're a fool if you do not follow this case. Treat it as, if you don't know anything about the case, this is what the best thing about it is to do. Treat it like you were a juror. Treat it like you were a juror. And that's what I'm asking you to do. Lana, I don't know anything about this case. Then you're the perfect person for me. Because I want your honest opinion about how, if you don't know something, how someone's going to explain it to you so that you can understand it, so that you can go back into a jury deliberating room and actually say that you can find somebody guilty when there's just so many gaps. Lana, what is this case? It's the murder for hire case in Jacksonville Beach. It happened right before the murders in Idaho. And it has a lot of the same type of evidence that would have been presented in Idaho is going to be presented here. It's heavy, heavy cell phones. Okay? And how they went about geofencing, same thing with the Culver case. There's just so many similarities. I am a juror. Know nothing. Perfect. Be a juror. Because then you get to see it from the standpoint of, okay, yeah, like think about this. If I'm not following a case, what would I say when I go back to a jury deliberating room? And the greatest thing about both of these trials is they're going to happen back to back. So there's no lag in between, like they did with the Adelson case and all that stuff. So Mario goes first, and they're saying that they're going to have Mario done within like 10 to 14 days. And then Gardner starts up on August 31st. And with jury selection. And like I said, I'll be there in Jacksonville as soon as her stuff is ready. Like I already have everything all set up down there. I'm looking forward to seeing a couple people that have followed the channel a very, very long time. And looking forward to reporting and being in the courtroom half the day. But we'll be live streaming it the whole time. Bella's going to be with me doing the stuff when I'm actually in the courtroom. But I'll be in the courtroom for half of the days and then be back after lunch on with you guys, because I want to be in the courtroom with Jose Baez and Diane Menashe and feeling this, like, I want to see the difference of what it was like when I was in Delphi. I was in the McKee some of the times that we've been in pretrial. I was at, Karen Reed. So I want to see the, I think that Diane Menashe and Jose Baez are going to bring something that we're not even ready for. Even I don't think I'm ready for it. But this is going to be some really good lawyering. Absolutely. None of them have posted so far. First Coast has 3 places, and it's on none of them. I know. Can you believe this? This is exactly what I said was going to happen. And now I'm going to go to Twitter with this. So Murky's watching, because the most important part that we have to hear, guys, is the case introduction. And I know that they're dealing with pretrial motions right now because the defense just filed yesterday. Is this Shanna Gardner's? Okay. Here, I want you guys to see it. Let me just take this down. So here it is. See this date up here? Look at this. Literally just filed. The state's response to request for a statement of particulars. This is for Saldana. The defendant filed a motion of bill of particulars as to count 2 of the indictment on December 24, 2025. On July 27, 2026, the state filed a statement regarding the indictment, informing the court and counsel that the state would only be proceeding on counts 1 and 3 of the indictment. So Mario Saldana, it was dropped. You cannot make this up. Her last name is Stifler. So Mario Saldana is only facing solicitation to commit murder and first-degree murder. He is no longer facing the child endangerment abuse and then the conspiracy. But this is what's crazy. Shanna Gardner still has those. And I think her team's getting ready to file a pretty big motion about that. Because you cannot conspire with yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot conspire with yourself. That is not a legal... You cannot be charged with conspiracy even if you talk to yourself, guys, okay? It's pretty funny. One of the things that So Mario Saldana is not being charged. They just dropped 2 charges. And so he is no longer being charged with conspiracy to commit murder. And there is no longer that charge for the child abuse through to child endangerment with shooting a gun in and around a vehicle that had the baby in it, 2-year-old Bex. Audio was good in the last hearing. I know, right? And they changed the mic a little. They changed the camera a little bit. This was a tactical decision. And check out my live from last night, and I explain why they're just doing the solicitation. And it has everything to do with Henry Tenon's recantation. So, okay. Another thing that was filed. We'll go over here, and we got some new, I shouldn't say new witnesses, but they updated. Take a look at this. All right, so we thought it was pretty bad in the Idaho 4 case. Look at what they did. Look at what they're doing here at the last minute. This is the state. Look at the state. Look at this date. August 7th. Do you guys know what today is? It's August 10th. The state filed its 22nd supplemental discovery exhibit. This is for a Category A witness, and it's listed in response to defense disclosures as M.P. Gibson, who is a crime gun intelligence. That's where I think he works. And so they listed him down as somebody that they could talk to. He is like a, witness. And then they corrected cast report dated August 7th, 2026. And this was distinguished device IDs for Tenon on February 16th, 2022. Wait till we talk about all these devices. And then they corrected the victim's address on January 29th, 2022. And that this is all they're trying to say that was corrected from the cast report. But look at the date. So August 7th is when they just found this out, right? That, hey, we had some corrections that we had to make. Well, someone's going to need to go through that and make sure that's the only correction that was put down or anything that changed. Somebody on that team is going to be going through that cast report. They used this cast in order to arrest Shanna Gardner and Mario back in the day. This cast report has changed significantly, just like Idaho. Saddle up. Saddle up. Okay, another thing that just happened over the weekend is defendant's memo of law regarding voir dire and challenges. This is how the defense is making sure that this is being ran in the courtroom today. They just filed this on 8/8/2026, Saturday. And they're making sure that, okay, number one here is the juror bias, prejudice, and impartiality. Closed cases and reasonable doubt strike for cause. If it appears that the juror does not stand indifferent to the action, another shall be called in that juror's place. A juror should be excused for cause if there is a reasonable doubt as to the juror's ability to render an impartial verdict. So what it goes through is it's listing, hey, we want to make sure, and I'm finally loving the fact that people are starting to take voir dire, meaning picking this jury, asking them questions. This is the most important thing, in my opinion, in the entire case. Really, Lana, you think that? Absolutely. These people decide your fate. There is nothing more valuable and more important in a jury trial than the jury itself. And you need to pour so much effort, preparation, and money into this. There's no doubt about it. And I think that they're doing that. I know that Jose Baez's team is doing it. So it was nice to see this filing. So the court recently stated that the test for determining juror competency is whether the juror can lay aside any bias or prejudice and render a verdict solely upon the evidence presented and the instructions on the law given to him by the court. And then they're talking about these different cases. That's case law. If there is a basis for any reasonable doubt as to any juror's processing the state of mind which will enable him to render an impartial verdict based on solely on the evidence submitted and the laws announced at the trial, he should be excused on motion of party or by the court on its own motion. A juror should be excused for cause if there is doubt as to a juror's sense of fairness or mental integrity. Jurors should be beyond even a suspicion of impartiality. They should be, the mere appearance, in my opinion, gone. In Ortiz v. State, the court stated that the test for determining the competence of a juror is not whether a juror can control any bias or prejudice, but rather whether the juror can lay aside those bias or prejudices. Where there is any reasonable doubt, the juror should be excused. This is a high-profile case. What made it so high-profile is when Shanna Gardner hired Jose Baez. That like heightened everything. But you know what happened here? For some reason, mainstream media stopped covering this case. But Jacksonville didn't. All like the outlets in Jacksonville running loopy. And the headlines that Jacksonville was writing was, I question if they were watching the same hearings that we were watching, truly. So, if a juror makes a statement sufficient to cause doubt as to that juror's ability to render an impartial verdict, the fact that the trial judge or opposing counsel extracts a commitment that the jury will be fair or try to be fair does not affect the need to excuse that juror for cause. This is just making sure that, hey, there is no coming to bat for a juror by a lawyer. I hate seeing that. Like, come on, you don't know how to be fair? You should be, everybody that's in that box, it's basically like you shouldn't have been able to read them, right? So what kind of questions do you ask to sniff out the fraudsters? The people that try to get themselves on juries. They're going to be asking questions about social media. What social media do you have? Because we went over a couple of different things. What type of social media you have? What groups are you in Facebook groups? what Facebook groups are you in for Jared Bridegan? I know Shanna Gardner's case that they're going to be asking if they have any opinions of Jose Baez, because remember, you either like Jose Baez because you appreciate the lawyering side of Jose Baez, or do you know how many people out there hate Jose Baez just because the fact that he represented Casey Anthony? And that was in Florida. That's where his practices are. I don't think that anybody should ever be biased because you have an issue with the fact that Jose Baez represented anybody in that outcome. Those people need to be removed. And that was a big part of severing these trials and not having, they were supposed to be, originally, this trial was just going to be one trial with Gardner and Saldana having the same time proceeding. And they were just going to use two separate juries. And they were going to be excusing jurors at different times where they couldn't hear certain testimony that, because it was, hey, that's not for this juror or this jury. And I'm like, holy shit, do you know how confusing that would be? Can you imagine you're being impaneled, hey, I'm the Shanna Gardner juror with these people here. And then right here next to us, there's another, 12 pool, and they're for Mario. And can you imagine the judge is just like, okay, we're going to be excusing the Gardner jury right now. Please step out. Okay. Because everything's going to be testified with this, witness. There's no relevancy here and we're not going to, that would prejudice the potential jury pool for Gardner. I'm like, whoa. I just think that would be like a mind fuck for the jurors to go back there and then, wonder what's being talked about. And I'm like, that's just a lot of not necessary. But I think severing the trials I personally believe that it puts a disadvantage on the state, but I think that they should be severed, especially if you're not going with conspiracy. Like what the if a juror a juror is not impartial when one side must overcome a preconceived opinion in order to prevail. Absolutely. So again, it's citing all these all this case law. Okay. And the reason that I think the defense came out swinging like this with a 12, page motion to put in is this is how serious we're going to be taking voir dire. Like, people just aren't getting on this jury for just, no. And each side, because it's first degree murder, have 10 strikes per side. For whatever reason they want, they don't even have to disclose it. In Florida, that's the law there. Because impartiality of the finders of fact is an absolute prerequisite to our system of justice, we have adhered to the proposition that closed cases involving challenges to the impartiality of potential jurors should be resolved in favor of excusing the juror rather than leaving doubt as to impartiality. Statements that establish grounds for cause. So this is like, I don't even have to use one of my challenges. Number 12 is going to be talking about, like, will you have any difficulty setting those negative feelings aside? Do you feel that my client is not starting out with a clean slate? Do you feel my client is not starting out on an even playing field? Are my clients starting out with a strike or half a strike against him or her? Is there a burden in your mind that my client has to overcome? What great questions. I didn't hear any of that shit in Delphi. You guys know that? My personal opinion is that the people in Delphi did not, like, the defense team, they put no time into their jury. Okay. I'm sure they put time into it, but I don't know how, whatever they did, I think that they never need to do that again. There was just they needed to, you need the jury to always trust you. The moment that you lose trust, the moment that the jury can't trust you, you're out. You're out. So Diane Menashe for Shanna Gardner is going to be instrumental in that. Like, she's going to be instrumental in that. That's her forte. And cross-examining fact witnesses. I can't wait to see Jesse Dreisler do it with Mario's case. You have to be likable. I don't care what anybody fucking says. News Jackson 4 is up and court hasn't started yet. Yay! Woo! We're there. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. The jury was picked quickly in Delphi too. Yes. But I still think that somebody got to juror 6. I will never change that opinion, ever. That dude, juror 6, I think that's the number. That wasn't his original number, but he ended up being, he was sitting front row all the way to the right on the bottom row, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He looked, when he came out, like, oh my God. I thought literally he just was in a funeral of his loved one or just finding out that somebody died, in a tragedy or something. This dude looked, just started? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. And it's news for Jax. Okay. Is it Jax 4 News? Is it the local station 4? Let's see. I don't have them. What channel do you have? Is it First Coast News? First Coast? Okay. Are we sure here? Is it not on their website? Is it just on their... No, it's News4Jax. Okay. Oh, boy. I don't have it. I don't have it starting yet. Go ahead and shoot me that. Is it on their YouTube page or is it on... go ahead and shoot me that link. Can you, Mark? Thanks. Jurors should have been excused for cause where juror expressed distaste for lawyers. And guess what? This is going to be a big thing in the Shanna Gardner aspect of it. First Coast News. We're looking at First Coast News. First. Yeah, they're not in there yet. We just called Duval County Courts as well. We talked to 5 different departments, and they told us that they have no idea who is live streaming today. They're useless in Florida, just so we're clear. They have the best laws, but these people that work are absolutely fucking doorknobs. Don't worry. It's not up yet. Okay, here we go. Absolute fucking... Thank you, Murky. You the best. You the best in the West, girl. You the best in the East, girl. Love it, love it, love it. Maserati. Want to see what he's going to be wearing. I want to see what Saldana's wearing. Saldana's been in a green jumpsuit, like jail jumpsuit. Oh, see, like this is the... That's the website. Breaking news live. Jury selection begins for Mario Saldana in first of 3 trials in Jared Bridegan murder for hire case. Are they just going to do this from their stupid ass website? Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I need the YouTube link. That's not going to work. I have a short. These people suck. First Coast News is a short. Get your fucking asses in the courtroom. What are you people doing? It isn't playing on their YouTube only website. Yeah. Well, I can't go to that pop-up page. It's a piece of shit. I mean, it's a joke. News media is all about them shorts these days. I mean, it's absolutely horrible. It's a joke. Like, get your fucking asses in the courtroom and start live streaming. What are you doing? Like, that's what you're supposed to do. Here, look at this. Look at what they want us to watch this on. Here's their stupid ass site. Pop-ups for days. Like, look at this shit. It's like Turtle Boy shit. Live jury selection begins for Mario Fernandez in first of 3 trials in Jared Bridegan murder for hire case. Mario Fernandez and his now estranged wife Shanna Gardner are accused of orchestrating murder of Gardner's ex-husband over ongoing custody issues. I cannot wait for them to try to say that this is over custody issues. There was no custody issues.
Receipts,
Do this.
expense reports, invoices, purchase orders. What's that? Rent? Cards with built-in policies. Expenses that's submitted to sell.
Nobody wants to hear that shit. Jury selection begins Monday in the trial of Mario Fernandez, the first of 3 defendants to head to court in the Jared Bridegan murder for hire case. Oh, there he is. He's in a suit. He's in a suit. About time. Are they going to let me just live stream this? Okay, he's writing. We might have something. There are those law books right there. Oh, this is the best view. I want to know if they're going to give us a split screen. First Coast News finally got there. Let's hear what this sound like. That's the first time we've seen Mario in anything other than a green jumpsuit. Shanna Gardner, she's been coming to court in, I mean, I don't even know what you want to call it, like carnigans and like button downs underneath the carnigans. Like she looks like a straight Mormon wife. The Mormon wives. I don't know. That's not how she dresses. I don't know. Okay. So they have a lot of things that they're talking about. I'm telling you that right now. There's a lot of things that are not buttoned up yet. They want to be able to inquire. So in this case, allowable areas of inquiry and reported cases included matters affecting a prospective juror's personal life, including whether the juror has formed or expressed any opinion on issues involved in a case based on newspaper articles, or the juror has negative attitudes towards the legal system due to previous unfavorable experiences with lawsuits filed against them or members of their family. Number 17 here is where the prospective juror, they want to know if we have any, if they have partiality or impartiality of anything to do with anybody that would be a witness in this case. Statements such as, I am a fair person and I think I could be fair are not sufficient to set aside impartiality suggested by another responses. Absolutely. I am a fair person. I think I could be fair. That doesn't mean shit. I love this filing. It was reversible error for the trial court not to excuse for cause a juror who gave equivocal answers about her husband's career and whether it would affect her ability to be impartial, whether she would favor the state, what weight she should give, would give to police testimony, and where there was any indication she misunderstood the burden of proof. It is reversible error. One of the most important principles governing challenges for cause recognizes that a juror is not impartial when one side must overcome preconceived opinions in order to prevail. Yes, I should not have to do mental gymnastics for you to understand that whatever you thought about this case, like, I shouldn't have to overcome that. Judge, what are you doing? Start speaking. There she is. Come on. All we're asking for is fairness here, Judge. We, the people, want fairness. Yes, they're all being tried separately. Yes. We, the people, would just like to see fairness. How about that? Have the defendants been in custody this whole time waiting trial? Yes, well, Henry Tenon's been in county since August of 2022 because they had him in for traffic violations, allegedly, supposedly. And then Mario was April of 2023, and Shanna Gardner was August of 2023. What's Judge Kite doing? Let's go. Let me tell you what they are going to say that... Something that I think is interesting is in the Shanna Gardner case, they have specific records for Intrepid Group, which is a PR firm, and they provided the defense via hard drive on April 10th, 2025. So like a year and some change. These documents are cue cards, edited media Q&A for Shanna, final media inquiries from Shanna, Q&A for Shanna for media interviews, questions for print practice interview, Shanna Gardner intake, Shanna intake, social media notes, text from Kirsten to Shanna, email correspondence from /to Shanna. So basically something that I've learned in this whole thing is why would you ever have a media PR team if there is no confidentiality there? Like, you need to just be rolling with a lawyer. Oh, here we go. Start time. 48 minutes into it.
It's fine. We don't need him.
Let's give a little bell here. We're just tailgating for the truth.
Thank you.
Okay, what they're doing right now is this reminds me of everything of Delphi. You hear them counting off numbers. They're filing in all of the jurors. Now, I don't know if they're just doing it in batches of 50, but there's 250 people there right now. I don't know if they just brought in the 50 to sit right there, or, I mean, I can't imagine they're bringing in all 250 people right now. There's just not enough room. But this is what this reminds me of.
All right, thank you. Everyone may be seated. Members of the jury panel, if you would rise, please. The parties may be seated. Everyone, the jury panel, if you all would please rise. All right, please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will answer truthfully all questions asked of you as prospective jurors, so help you God?
Answer aloud, please.
I do.
Thank you. All right, everyone may be seated now. I promise. All right, good morning. My name is Lyndon Kite. I am a circuit judge here in Duval County. You all have gone forward in the process. This morning, you were qualified by one of my colleagues, and this portion of jury selection is called voir dire. The purpose this morning is to introduce you all to the case, introduce you to the criminal justice system, because before you have a criminal case. And before I begin those introductions, let me first say thank you. Thank you for answering the call of service. We know that jury service and the selection process isn't always easy. And most of the time, it does not come at a convenient time. And so we know by you just being here, right now, it is a sacrifice that you're making coming outside of your everyday life. And so please, I'd like to begin the proceedings letting you know that that is not lost on us, okay? So this morning, this jury selection will be conducted in 2 phases. This is considered phase 1 of the jury selection. And like I said, in phase 1, the main purpose is to divide you all into 2 main groups. Throughout this morning, I'm going to be introducing you to the people that you will be working with, the parties, and this case. And so I always start with the bailiffs because you meet them first. They help you get organized in this line. And the purpose of your organization is because throughout this process, we told you that this is a sacrifice and a service. And so throughout this process, that is myself and the attorneys, will be taking notes so that we don't repeat things that we already know. And so it helps us that you are organized in this way. Additionally, you see that you have numbers. Your number will replace your name for the record purposes here. So no one is going to be referring to you by your first or last name. Instead, we will be using your numbers. Is both for ease of record and also the fact that it will protect your privacy as a prospective juror in this case. And so your number will remain your number from this day until you are excused from your service. So like I said, I am going to introduce, starting with the bailiffs that you will be working with, and explain what their duties are throughout this process. The bailiffs are both in uniform, and they're also civilian in civilian clothes. I'm going to start over to my right. This is Officer Lim, and where did Officer Baylor go? Officer Baylor, okay, she's over in the back. Officer Combs, and then Officer Bentley is also a uniform bailiff.
Okay, that is Judge Ito. That's his cousin. Just totally kidding, guys. Run it back. Take a look. Totally Judge Ito from the OJ trial. Okay, total fucking just straight dead ringer for a family member.
Civilian bailiffs who helped you get lined up are Mr. Holman and Miss Gordon. They will be working with you throughout this process. And so let me tell you what they do. Everyone knows kind of intuitively that bailiffs make sure that we are safe. But what you may not know, and an important function that they serve for this court, is that they are a direct communication line between me and you. And so something as small as, hey, Judge Kite, I need a break, or something as big as, hey, Judge Kite, someone I saw wasn't following the rules, wasn't obeying the law that you're going to put into place. All of that needs to be communicated to the bailiffs, who will then come and tell me, and then I will handle it appropriately. So you may be wondering what laws could possibly be put into place. Well, my colleague downstairs gave you a preview of what you will be asked to do. Unlike kind of your everyday life, you have to have your phone off until a certain point in time, which I'm going to let you have access to it. But number two is that you cannot do any outside research about the information that you may glean inside this courtroom. This case must be tried in this courtroom. It must be a courtroom and a trial of record. That means everything is of record in some fashion or another, which I'm going to explain. And so what that means for you is that you cannot look up anything. You don't need to worry about whether you know what legal words are, because if it needs to be defined, I will define it. So I hope that you all aren't nervous at all. Instead, I hope that that gives you a sense of comfort that you don't have to do anything other than be open, honest, and patient. Does everyone understand that? If you could answer out loud. Yes. Okay. And so that rule will remain until I excuse you from your service in this case. And it is an important rule. So I'm going to move forward with the introductions. Over to my left-hand side is the court reporter. Like I said, this is a courtroom of record. She is making a verbatim record of these proceedings, meaning that she's typing down every single word that I'm saying. And so she's very, very good at her job, but I don't like for Ms. Simpkins to be mad at me. So in these proceedings, at a point in time in which you will be talking, it's important that you all avoid ambiguous answers, okay, like mm-hmm or mm-mm, because that makes her try to search around and figure out what are they actually saying. So if you could make affirmative responses like yes or no. If you forget that, I might remind you, the lawyers may remind you. And so I don't want anybody to think that we're being rude. Instead, we are trying to make sure that we have a clear and accurate record of these proceedings. Seated right before me are two deputy clerks. That is Jim Hathaway and Adonna Russell. They are important in making big records of these proceedings. And what do I mean by that? I mean that they are going to notate that this is jury selection and put down the date and the time. But a very important function, which they've already performed, is they administer oaths. They take charge of any exhibits that are admitted into evidence, and they act as an assistant for me here in the courtroom. And so that would conclude the staff that I needed to introduce you to that you will be working with throughout your service here today or potentially beyond this day. And so with that, I want to ask just by a raise of hands, does anyone believe that they know either me or anyone that I would have introduced you to? And if so, if you could raise your hand, please. All right, for the record, I see no hands. All right, I'm going to move forward in the introduction process. And as I said, this is a criminal case. And I'm going to read a document to you. Before I read that document to you, it's important that you understand.
All right, the jurors have said, we are not friends with you, Judge Kite. You have no social life. You are good to go.
What this document is and what it is not. Okay. The document that I'm going to read for you is called an indictment. An indictment is the way that assistant state attorneys or prosecutors bring charges against an individual. That document informs that person of the crimes that are alleged against them. And that is what it is. It's information given to the person that is charged with a crime. Now, what an indictment is not. An indictment is not evidence, nor is it any proof that the person committed the crimes in that indictment. Does everyone understand that? If you could answer out loud for me. Yes. All right. And so with that understanding, I'm going to read the indictment that has been filed in this case. This is the state of Florida versus Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana. It is an indictment for murder in the first degree and solicitation to commit a capital felony. In the name of and by the authority of the state of Florida, the grand jurors of the state of Florida and the county of Duval, impaneled and sworn to inquire and true presentment make in and for the body of the county of Duval upon their oaths, do present and charge that, count one, Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana, on February 16th, 2022, in the county of Duval in the state of Florida, did unlawfully and from a premeditated design to effect the death of Jared Bridegan, did then and there kill the said Jared Bridegan, a human being, and during the commission of the aforementioned murder in the first degree, did use a weapon, contrary provisions of Florida statutes. Count two, Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana, and on or between November 1st, 2021 and February 16th, 2022, in the county of Duval in the state of Florida, did solicit another, to wit, Henry Tenon, to commit an offense prohibited by law, to wit, first-degree murder, and in the course of such solicitation, did command, encourage, hire, or request Henry Tenon or another to engage in specific conduct which would constitute such offense or an attempt to commit such offense. And that's also contrary provisions of Florida statutes. Based upon the reading of the indictment, if you raise your hand, do you believe that you know anything about this case outside of this courtroom? If so, raise your hand. All right, thank you. I'm going to read another document to you. It is an agreement by the parties of certain facts to help potentially jog your memory. Having read the indictment to you, I will now read additional reported facts to determine if anyone has any knowledge about this case prior to entering this courtroom. The reported facts I'm about to read to you are not evidence, and no prospective juror should consider these facts as evidence or proof of any fact of the case. What has been reported about this case may not even be true. The purpose in providing these reported facts is to see if you have any knowledge about this case from any source. Just because you may have some knowledge about this case does not make you ineligible to serve, but we may need to ask you some additional questions in private if you believe that you have some knowledge about this case. If you think you have knowledge about this case, you must not discuss your knowledge of this case with any other prospective juror. These are the statement of facts that have been agreed upon. The killing of Jared Bridegan occurred on February 16, 2022 in Jacksonville Beach, Florida. Jared Bridegan, a Microsoft employee, was shot and killed after stopping for a tire in the middle of the road on Sanctuary Boulevard South in Jacksonville Beach. 3 people have been charged with the murder of Jared Bridegan: Shanna Gardner, the ex-wife of Jared Bridegan; Mario Fernandez, the current husband of Shanna Gardner; and Henry Tenon, a former tenant of Mario Fernandez. It has been reported in the media that this crime was allegedly a murder for hire case. With that additional information, does anyone believe that they know anything about this case? If so, raise your hand. Okay, I see one hand on the left. Okay, a few hands.
They better put their hands
All
up.
right, so in just a moment, I'm going to explain how we're going to divide into groups, okay? And I'm going to tell you what you do with that information, okay? But again, I'm going to reiterate, you are not to discuss any potential knowledge that you have outside of this case with any other prospective juror. The state of Florida, I'm going to move forward with the introductions. The state of Florida is represented by 3 assistant state attorneys, and I'm going to introduce them to you now. The state of Florida is represented by Assistant State Attorney Christina Stifler.
Yes, Stifler! Woo! You cheating son of a bitch! Woo!
Alan Mizrahi.
Mr. Mizrahi! Mr. Mizrahi!
And they're assisted by their paralegals, Cody Taylor and Angie Judah. If you could also please rise so the jurors can see you. All right. Thank you. These
There he is, Christina Stifler. She's turning sideways. And I have a T-shirt for her. And Mr. Mizrahi! Mr. Mizrahi!
are the representatives of the state of Florida. Does anyone believe that they know any of the representatives from the state of Florida? If so, raise your hand. Okay. I see no hands for the record. The defense is represented by 3 attorneys and their paralegal: Jesse Dreiser, James Hill, Shannon Day, and then Jenny Nepstad is their paralegal that will be assisting today. And I'd ask that Mr. Fernandez, Mario Fernandez Saldana, please also rise. Thank you. Does anyone believe that they know any of the defense attorney team or Mr. Fernandez Saldana? If so, raise your hand. All right, for the record, I see no hands. Again, going through what I've been doing so far this morning, introducing individuals to you, I'm going to read a potential witness list. And when I say potential, I mean that these individuals may or may not be called as witnesses. Again, the purpose is to determine if you recognize any of the names. If you do recognize the names, I'm going to ask you to just briefly raise your hand, and so that I can just identify potentially how many people. The potential witnesses in this case are the following: Jared Bridegan, Bexley Bridegan, aka BB, Kirsten Bridegan, Justin Bridegan, Shelly Gardner, Sterling Gardner.
How could Jared Bridegan be a witness? He is dead.
Abigail Bridegan, aka AB, Liam Bridegan, aka LB, Detective Chris Johns, Jacksonville Beach Police Department, Detective Brett Burrell, Jacksonville Beach Police Department, Detective Jason Lamont, Jacksonville Beach Police Department, Special Agent Elise Simmons, ATF or Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, Special Agent Mick Stengel, ATF. Lindsay Butler, ATF. Crime Scene Detective Shane Jarman, Jacksonville Beach Police Department. Crime Scene Detective Ashley Hawkins, Jacksonville Beach Police Department. Corporal Brian Wallace, Jacksonville Beach Police Department. Janelle Cruz. Shane Borgia Villanueva, Glenn Farrig, ATF. Daniel Horstoff, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Dr. Gillespie, Medical Examiner's Office. Carlos Fung, FBI Agent Bobby Blythe. John Biggerstaff.
Woo! Them swinging sons of bitches. Woo! I think they should have to say they're swingers.
Juan Biggerstaff. Jeremy or Jerry Ordway. Fred Barton. Elizabeth Smith. Kim Jensen. Chris Thomas. Intrepid PR.
Yes! 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 Kim Jensen! Woo! I mean, Henry Tenon looks so lost. There was no way that I would do a murder for hire with that lost soul. Kim Jensen, where you at, girl? Funeral potatoes. Let's go.
Members of the jury, this is the trial schedule that, based on my conversations with the attorneys and our best estimate, this jury selection, as you can see on your screen, is set to occur this week. In order to not waste your time, this court has decided to conduct this jury selection in 2 phases. The first phase will be if any of those questions applied to you. That is, did you have any potential information about this case? I saw some raising their hands very shyly. I saw some saying, I'm not sure. If that applied to you, okay, I'm going to ask that you join group 1. Even if you think that you kind of heard something about it, I want you to join group 1, okay? And those of you that maybe you heard a name that sounded familiar, but you're not exactly sure, I want you to join group 1. And if this trial schedule poses some hardship upon you, that is financial, if it has childcare issues, if you do not believe that you can dedicate the time to be a juror on this case, I want you to join group 1. In just a moment, I'm going to take a recess and I'm going to talk to group 1 individually. So that means that the jurors are going to be organized into a line by the bailiff. If you're looking at that trial schedule, okay, and you're like, I need to check my schedule. I need to look at some emails. I need to pull up my calendar. My colleague downstairs said, don't do any outside research. That rule remains here today, okay? However, I am going to give you access to your phones to look at whatever schedule you need to, contact whoever you need to related to this trial schedule. It's going to remain published so that you know the time for which you need to dedicate. We realize that this is a lot of time, and if you were selected as a juror, the first week of trial, the hours would be from 9 essentially to 5 or about so. So we will work normal business days. And so if that was a question in your mind, it will be 9 to about noon and then 1 to about 5, depending on the flow of evidence. That is going to be this court schedule. But this is what we are asking of you. And so if you needed some additional time to look at whatever, and then you find out, I talked to someone and I've got a hardship or I need to talk to the judge, then you need to join group 1. because group one are the individuals that I need to talk to individually and privately. And as private as I get is, like I said, this is a courtroom of record. So it'll be me, it'll be the lawyers, and it'll be a court reporter. So that's about as private as I can get. However, I will hear you out. And so if none of this applies to you, if you've never heard of this case, if you can dedicate the time, all right, you're in group two. And so group two is going to get a questionnaire. First, it is a letter from me explaining that you will be reporting back for phase two. Phase two will occur on Wednesday. And then you need to go over, and this is this court's full force and court order, that you are not, from this day until I see you again, until you are excused from your service, you are not to look up anything. You are not to look at the media. It has it written out for you. You must read it and sign it. You all have been placed under oath. And so as group two, you're going to read that. You're going to sign it. And then the following pages is a questionnaire that you all are to go through. We want you to try to write as legibly as you possibly can. Fill it out as completely as you can, because the lawyers are going to be depending upon this document in order to learn about you and not waste any of your time with these background questions. The questionnaire for group two will operate twofold. That means you share all of that information, and it will be under this court seal and will only be referred to by questioning of the jurors. It will be made a part of the record, but these personal details about you may come up in a question, which I'm going to explain later on, but it will not be published the way it normally would in a jury selection. Does everyone understand that? So answer out loud for me. All right. So I'm going to recap. All right. Group one, that means you want to be heard by me, okay? Privately and individually. Group two, you're going to stay in the courtroom and you're just going to remain while group one forms into this line. I'm going to excuse myself. The lawyers we're all going to go over into this side room, okay? And if in group one you are not excused from your service, you will join back with group two and you will complete that questionnaire that I've been referring to. Does everyone understand that? Perfect. Y'all are a quiet group. Does everyone understand that? Okay, great. All right. Well,
I fucking love her, man. Y'all are a quiet group.
Give me just 1 minute.
It's how I feel every day with the people in my chat. They never fucking talk. Judge Kite, I feel you. Welcome to the coverage. Yes, gavel to gavel. We are very much dedicated to seeing how this entire proceeding, not just with Mario, plays out, Shanna Gardner and Henry Tenon. So thank you so much, Sir K. Schmidt, giving out 5 to the transparency memberships. Good morning, everybody. This is what we are all about, fair trials. Judge Kite is bringing it. She is like, listen, nothing like gall. Okay, she says, bring on the media. Bring on the cameras. You're damn right. Everybody should see this shit. And for Law and Crime and Court TV, for them not to be there and for them not to be reporting on this case, I think they're pussying out.
Members of the jury, I'm going to, the lawyers brought to my attention that I need to say this. If you call someone and they say something to you about this case, you need to join group one. Does everyone understand that? Yes? Answer out loud for me. All right. All right, so I'm going to take a recess. I know some people need to refresh themselves before they get started. If you do excuse yourselves for like a restroom break or whatever, please come back in and join whatever group applies to you. Again, if I see you on Wednesday, if I see you in just a moment, again, I want to reiterate, thank you again for answering the call of service. We do appreciate your time and your willingness to serve. This court will be in recess.
Okay. So we get to hear everything that happens with that phase 1, people talking about hardships and stuff like that. That's the stuff that we don't get to hear. That's it. Phase 2 and that's the good shit we get to hear. We didn't get any of that for Delphi. Okay? We didn't get any of that for Karen Reed. We didn't get any of that for name a fucking case that you've been following. We get to hear good ass shit. And so phase 2 starts Wednesday. So what they're doing here is, you know how there was just 50 people in there? They have 250 people there. So this is how I see them doing this. Again, I am not there, but I'm using my common sense mixed with the knowledge that I've possessed from being at these things. I believe that then she's going to bring in the next 50 people. Okay. And the same thing's going to apply here because we're weeding out the people with the hardships. Okay. We're weeding out people that know something about this case. Have you read, seen, or heard? Okay. And I think that they're going to do that with all 250 people right here today. And so then you're going to be in a group, which is group 1 or group 2, and group 1 out of the for the first 50. You're already in group 2 if you didn't raise your hand to anything, and if you don't have any hardships, you're being given the questionnaire. We're not giving you the questionnaire if you're already heard this stuff. Then we have to talk to you individually, privately, to then say, okay, yeah, no, like you're just trying to get out of jury duty, okay? And you really don't have a hardship and shit like that. Then you would get placed back with 2. Or let's say like, hey, I don't know, I just, out of caution, I came over here to talk to you privately, you know, because that's what you said to do. Hey, I only came over here to check my schedule, you know, yada, yada, yada. That's what's going to happen with these 5 sets of 50. Then they're going to take Tuesday. That's why I believe that there is this break. Then they're going to take Tuesday. And they have the rest of today, whenever they would be leaving, Tuesday to fill out this questionnaire. Then they're coming back Wednesday. And Wednesday starts phase 2, which is you're back in this 50 group setting. This is how I see it. Or it's the fact that because then these, maybe they even have to fill out their questionnaires and have it over to to them actually today. And then the lawyers then get tomorrow to review the questionnaires. And then what you're doing is you're putting them in order. Like each person is going to have an order, meaning if I'm on the state side or if I'm on the defense side. And I'm going to place these questionnaires based on these answers and put them in order based on whatever my trial strategy would be. Okay. And if you're going to go with, if your trial strategy is to put them in order based on, hey, these are the ones that they filled out that we feel would be most beneficial to have on the defense team. Let's just say that they did it like that. That's not how I would do it, but let's just say that for easy argument's sake that both sides did it like that. How I'm understanding this, then you're going to be put into it's like a first 12 thing. Like if I had 6 on my side for the defense and on the 6 that were from the prosecution side, that they did their sorting out of the questionnaires, it would be like 6 and 6. Your first 6 go up and the other first 6 go up. And then this is where we have that session. We're going to find out more about that and how that's going to flow, but that's just what they did in Delphi. It's what Karen Reed, I don't know how they decided, you know, how that took like a 2-week process for Karen Reed. But I just love how she said something that, like, she is being more, she is explaining so much better than what I saw Judge Kite do to those, or Judge Gall do to those people in the Delphi case. Okay? And the way that Judge Gall ran jury selection, I blame half of the shit on her. It was like a shotgun. There was no time. I mean, you had 15 minutes between both sides to try to point out to somebody, hey, and ask them something. And how do you do that when you have 12 people in a box and there's 15 minutes? It's very difficult. So, so the parts that we don't get to hear are the parts where they're talking right now. If you're in group 1, if you didn't take the questionnaire yet, you're over here explaining a hardship or, hey, I think I may know too much or whatever. That's why you go and you talk to her with the lawyers present. And we don't, that would be stuff that's, there's no strikes being used yet. This is just for just cause, and then those aren't considered one of your strikes. So when she says that she's in recess right now, again, the majority of the people went over there to grab that questionnaire. So she's dealing with the small amount of people that had to raise their hand to say, hey, out of abundance of caution, I'm over here, I may know something about the case, or I have some hardships here. Like, I'm a single parent, I pick up my kid, I can't rely on anybody else, my kid goes to daycare, whatever it is. I cannot not work, I'm not going to be able to get that time off. I'm a stripper. In the George Floyd case, we heard the voir dire of all jurors. It made such a difference because pundits reporting later did not always convey accurately what potential jurors said. Yeah, we're going to be able to hear the questions that are asked in the second phase. And this is to keep, so remember when I was telling you guys in the Delphi case, whatever, like you have the numbers right now between 1 and 250. And so when you're referring to these jurors, they become a juror, but let's say like number 71 that they were picked. And they are sitting in seat 1 though at trial. That's why I would always be referring to somebody as like, that's juror 71 and 1 at the trial. So to give you kind of like an understanding of reporting on that. For Shanna Gardner, I'll be able to do that because I'm going to be there for the whole process of the jury. Right now, I can't. And she said you're allowed to report on anything. You're allowed to report on anything that goes on inside that courtroom. You just can't use names. That's really important to understand. Like, I can report on what anybody says, just like we can here when we get to that point. They're going to be showing, but we don't know who's saying it. We don't know what number juror. But anybody that's in that courtroom, they do. And that's why I'm going there for that. For Shanna Gardner, it was already planned. To be there for that. From truly right at the beginning, just like I was there for Delphi right at the beginning. Now, as we're waiting, we heard that list of like, hey, do you know any of these people? They're coming with some wild shit. They're coming with a lot of jailhouse informants. Now, whoa. Let's go with, there's been a lot of filings. I want to bring up one of these. Okay. Here we go. In the Shanna Gardner portion of this, this is the sworn affidavit of Tom Simon. Now, who is Tom Simon? Well, we'll see. Before me, the undersigned online notary public duly authorized to administer oaths personally appeared Tom Simon by means of audio-video communications technology, Zoom, who being first duly sworn deposes and states the following, that he's above the age of 18 to testify, blah, blah. I am a licensed private investigator. Okay, this was just filed. at the beginning of July. Okay, we'll go just a tad bit bigger there. I am a licensed private investigator, licensed in the state of Florida, retained by counsel for the defendant, Shanna Gardner, in connection with the above styled cause. In that capacity, I was asked to interview redacted. Now, on July 3rd, 2026, I went to this person's home at blank to interview her. I knocked on the door and no one answered. I then called blank at telephone number blank, left her a voicemail message, and sent her a text message. A few minutes later, this person called me back and provided the following information. This person stated that she had sold the house, and this is going to be on Grand Ave, and had moved away approximately 1 week earlier. 1 week earlier. That's wild to me. She moved right before the trial is about to start. Okay. Now, why is this going to blow your minds? Well, this person, and her name is Erin, she stated that she did not want to answer any questions without first getting permission from Kirsten Bridegan, because she is supporting Kirsten. You guys, this is one of the category 8 witnesses in this case. And this is somebody that police talked to on the night of the murder. Okay. So she did not want to answer any questions without first getting permission from Kirsten Bridegan, because she is supporting Kirsten. Blank declined to answer any further questions, meaning Aaron. And he signed, and this is his sworn affidavit. Okay. Why? Well, because they are trying to get, when I say they, the defense wants Judge Kite to rule in their favor of how much information they can get from Kirsten Bridegan's cell phone. Because Kirsten Bridegan was having conversations with witnesses. And now I want to show you what the defense motion is about this. Now, when the defense put a motion in, it was like, hey, she was being really vague during depositions. We have to do another deposition. And so Kirsten Bridegan filed, because she is a lawyer. Now she's the wife of Jared, okay, the widow. So Kirsten Bridegan, through her counsel, is petitioning the court for the rights enumerated in the Florida Constitution Article 1, Section 16, commonly referred to as Mercy's Law. And because she's, a victim. So this was because they were going to do an in-camera review of material. And so this is how this first played out. During the murder investigation, the police never took Kirsten Bridegan's phone at any point in time to download it. To do anything where you're creating, you have to rule out, the wife, right? And so here, when I found out that, wait, they never got her phone, she was literally on the phone with Jared right before he got shot. Okay. And just, it's due diligence. Like, I get it. I get it that Jared has an ex-wife, but hey, he also has a wife. And so something that I think people should take a look at is the fact that why wouldn't Jacksonville go and do their due diligence to, you're going and getting people's phone records, you're going and seizing people's phones. How are you not taking the wife's phone? Even freaking Idaho did that with what's her name? With Jennifer Drake. Okay. So that's a little backstory to understand that they did not download her phone. And the defense has stated numerous times that they have the ability to go get it. And so the defense is saying, hey, go get her cell phone that she still has and download it, because we believe that there is Brady material in there. The detectives and the prosecution said, no, we're not doing anything like that. Like, go get your own subpoena. And so basically that's what the defense team did. They did a third-party subpoena for Kirsten Bridegan's phone. They wanted to get this extraction. Now, and this is why. It's because of them developing this. First of all, you guys didn't do your job. We believe that there's Brady material there. And then we have this witness that's basically saying she's been texting and Snapchatting, and there's a little bit of a change in this woman's, what she first said to police, then what she ends up saying to police in like a couple weeks to a month to a year even later. There was the story was about, the story was that this Aaron woman was providing. It kept on, you could say, evolving. But the way that it was evolving is when it goes to like, I didn't see anything, and my son, I think saw more, or like when you first come out and say that, then how could you ever evolve from that? You know what I mean? In terms of what you saw at the scene, like you didn't see anything. You heard what you thought were gunshots. Okay. But so anyways, any hearing held to the exclusion of Miss Bridegan where her constitutional rights are at issue is a violation of Miss Bridegan's constitutional rights to privacy and her rights under the Marcy's law, including her due process rights, the right to be treated fairly, all this stuff. I'm not going to sit here and read Marcy's law. Now, this court has ruled allowing an in-camera hearing to take place where defense counsel for Shanna Gardner will be provided an opportunity to present argument as to the material of the cell phone data they are seeking from Ms. Bridegan's phone. This is right before trial, guys. This is July of 2026. Like, I cannot believe this is even happening right now. While this hearing may be in camera, it should not be ex parte. As to the victim or her counsel, she wants to be in there. The defense is asking the court to authorize an intrusion into Ms. Bridegan's personal cell phone. Kirsten Bridegan's constitutional rights are implicated in this scheduled hearing. She has a right to be present and rebut any argument, statements, or any statements made by the defense team. Now, Kirsten Bridegan started a online Facebook group, Justice for Jared, and that comes up because, as we're going to see, so they're just going back and forth on the fact that, hey, we need to be there if you're doing an in-camera review, if the defense is going to be there, yada yada yada. Now, also, they want to say that, hey, on May 21st, 2026, the defense counsel filed a motion to compel requesting a second deposition of Ms. Bridegan. Within that motion, multiple inaccurate and misleading statements were made. Following Ms. Bridegan's response filed on May 29th, 2026, outlining the inaccuracies, defense counsel abandoned their motion and pivoted their arguments to 4 specific questions in a reply. The court granted the defense motion. The second deposition was 2 hours long. The defense spent the majority of that time asking questions about messages between AB, which is Shanna Gardner's daughter and Jared's daughter. They have twins. AB is Abigail and Liam is LB. AB is listed as an alibi witness for Mario Saldana. Just so everybody understands that, like, they were 10 at the time, the twins. Very little interest was shown in the 4 areas of inquiry petitioned in their motion to the court. Shanna Gardner's motion regarding Ms. Bridegan have shown a pattern of inaccuracies when challenged, and defense counsel's actual areas of inquiry have shown a specific interest in only the communication between AB and Ms. Bridegan. Ms. Bridegan is concerned that continued inaccuracies will be presented and unrebutted. The defense has claimed the need for an in-camera hearing so that they do not disclose sensitive and private information regarding defense strategy to Ms. Bridegan, who they will cross-examine at trial. So, basically, if Judge Kite has questions, the defense team is like, well, we'll answer those questions, but we have to do it in an ex parte fashion because these are defense trial strategies, and we should not have to disclose that. Okay? Now, the defense should be able to provide a particularized theory with enough specificity in the presence of Ms. Bridegan and counsel without wholesale disclosure of their defense strategy. Ms. Bridegan is not an eyewitness. She is the wife of the murdered victim. If the defense strategy is so fragile not to withstand even a hint to the victim of the crime, then the defense strategy is too fragile to justify searching the victim's phone. The defense can identify categories, dates, and even theories without revealing every trial tactic. If at any time during the in-camera hearing, the defense feels it's necessary to share specific evidence with the court outside of the presence of the victim, the court could review such evidence and decide at that time. Otherwise, Ms. Bridegan and counsel should be present for all proceedings during which the rights of the victim are implicated. So, there we go. And then they connect and they put the rights of accused and of victims. This is Exhibit A, and they put it up that here, let me just remind you people what we're dealing with here. So that was the motion that was filed on behalf of Bridegan and her attorney saying we need to be in there, and her phone, and this is just a bunch of bullshit. Well, let's see what else happens here. Well, Nelson, who is one of Shanna Gardner's defense attorneys, she files. Let me pull up my. Just go back over here. I'll pull up the latest. Hold on, I'm pulling this up. Oh, wow, tons of stuff. The state's response, the state's request for the Okay, here's the defendant's response to that. Defendant's reply in support of motion for leave to issue this subpoena duce tecum to non-party witness for Kirsten Bridegan. Ms. Bridegan has already responded to this motion twice now, once through her conduct and once under oath. She opposed the motion to compel her second deposition, but not on privacy grounds. She raised no privacy objection, then or later, to the court's order directing that deposition to reach the contents of her messages. Nor did she object to the questioning at the deposition itself. Under oath, Ms. Bridegan indicated willingness to turn over the phone, declaring she had nothing to hide. A witness who swears she has nothing to hide cannot now ask this court to help her hide it. This is going to be so freaking like, think about family law on steroids. The state's opposition does not grapple with the record. It treats the request as though it turns on a single discretionary materially finding, and it's treating Ms. Bridegan's silence as protection rather than surrender. So neither should survive. So Ms. Bridegan's own testimony already supplies the particularized showing of Rule 3.22F requires for every remaining category of the information, including the same showing that this court accepted subparagraph C. After review of the defendant's in-camera submission, if the court is not persuaded on that showing, the remedy is not to leave those communications unexamined. It is to direct the state, which alone can discharge Rule 3.22, and Brady v. Maryland obligations to collect and produce them. Either path reaches the same results. Ms. Gardner's constitutional right to a fair trial is safeguarded, and the jury gets what it needs to do its job, seeking the truth. So this all stems from the fact that if you truly think about this, Kirsten Bridegan said she has nothing to hide. Okay? She has nothing to hide. And I believe that she does not. I believe that her lawyer comes in and says, yeah, I actually do have something to hide. Because your text communications with that witness is not good. Because why is a witness saying that they have to first... This is what Jennifer Drake's people did. And I say that only because they seem like they were Jennifer Drake's people back in the day. Have you talked to Jennifer? I have to talk with her before I can talk to you. What? Jennifer put up a billboard. But like something like that, I believe that I am a witness to, and I have it on a recording device, that how is that not, in a sense, like... And that's exactly what the defense and even the judge mentions, that, yeah, there is now a showing of good cause that because Aaron answered that question like that when called, that she would first have to talk to Kirsten before she could talk to an investigator. And this all stemmed from questions that were asked in the deposition. So, and the defense is like, listen, if the state would have just done their fucking job to begin with, like when they got wind of this, because they were in the same deposition, hey, we're gonna need your text messages with this person. They didn't do anything like that. You hear that somebody's talking to a witness and a witness is saying something like that, like your job is to inquire, but you don't want to, but the state refuses to do any inquiring of anything because their case is so fragile that shit's going to fall apart. Like it's already it's hanging on by a thread right now. Now, Miss Bridegan's post, so this says, during the deposition, there was questions brought up about Miss Bridegan starting up this Facebook page or pages, and that she was in there just like writing stuff about the case. And she called the defense team a bunch of clowns and whatever else the hell was in there. I'm not in any of those Facebook groups. So Miss Bridegan's posts disparaging defense counsel are not a personal or collateral matter between her and counsel. They are her own contemporary statements about how she regards the defense mounted on Ms. Gardner's behalf. Defense counsel is not a bystander in this case. They are the people testing Ms. Bridegan's account, because Ms. Bridegan was the one that went to the police and said, hey, Mario and Shanna Gardner did this. And she pointed the finger at them immediately. So this is why the detectives were doing what they were doing, is because of what Kirsten Bridegan ultimately said to them the night of the murder. So defense counsel is not a bystander in this case. They are the people testing Miss Bridegan's account. Hostility toward the lawyer doing that testing, expressed publicly and by name, is evidence of how the witness regards the testing itself and of how she regards Miss Gardner. A witness who publicly attacks the defense before ever taking the stand has already formed and voiced an opinion about the very question the jury is asked to decide. She does not walk into this courtroom neutral. These posts are not offered to tell the jury what to watch for on the stand. They are independent, extrinsic evidence of a state of mind that controlled courtroom demeanor may never reveal. That is precisely why the law does not require a witness to admit bias before extrinsic proof of it may come in. So conditioning admission of extrinsic evidence of bias and hostility on the witness's own concession of her out-of-court conduct would make the right to confront an adverse witness illusory. So why does a witness need only deny hostility to place it forever beyond the jury's view? Like, I just have to deny that, and then the jury can never see that I have biases or how I truly feel about something. I can just come in and act however. The trial courts may not prohibit cross-examination or the extrinsic evidence that supports it when the facts sought are germane to the witness's testimony and plausibly relevant to the theory of the defense. Here, that Miss Bridegan's account of events is colored by hostility she has already expressed towards the defense she now confronts. So, in the alternative, if the court denies production under this rule, mandatory disclosure and Brady require the state to collect and produce these communications. So at the July 23rd, 2026 hearing, the court raised an independent basis for reaching these communications. Because Rule 3.220B1B's mandatory disclosure requirement. The point is well taken. Like, they're like saying, hey, Judge Kite, remember when you said this? We agree. If the court is not persuaded that Ms. Bridegan's testimony satisfies Rule 3.220F as to any category, mandatory disclosure and Brady versus Maryland independently require the state to collect and produce the same communications. So it's like, we're going to get these regardless. We should by law. How do you want to go about us getting these? Make sense? Like, the state alone has a duty to go and get these messages, and they should have produced them. We're having to do all of this. Why? Because the state ultimately didn't do their job. Because once things were disclosed that a witness... And how could a witness in a case, they didn't know each other before Jared was murdered. This Aaron woman. After Jared was murdered, a couple weeks later, she reaches out, after she's talked to the police and everything. Aaron claims that she reaches out to Kirsten Bridegan to offer, I'm really sorry about what, reaches out social media wise. I'm really sorry. I live on this street, blah, blah. I talked to police, blah, blah. And then that's when this relationship then formed. And if you look at the dates of when the police talked to Aaron over the course of all of this time, okay, and you look at when the police were and how they were releasing to the defense, who they met with, when they met with them, and what certain witnesses said, it's really, really interesting how they conveniently would forget to, take notes and record things when they talk to certain people. And this is all going to come out. So it's like, what are we doing here? Rule 3.220B1B requires the state to disclose any written or recorded statement of a category A witness, regardless of what the material is. Miss Bridegan's texts. So this is the other thing that they're after. Miss Bridegan's text with Assistant State Attorney Stifler, Assistant State Attorney Mazarahi, State Attorney Nelson, and Detective Johns fall squarely within that obligation. They are, by her own sworn testimony, written and recorded, not oral asides that she cannot recall. And do you know what the state said? We didn't take any notes. You don't get our text messages and you don't get our emails with her. What? How? Any communication that you're how is Florida even trying to make this argument? Nor does it matter that the messages sit on a cell phone rather than a formal file. Discovery reaches the state's actual or constructive possession, and that reach extends to Detective Johns' communications with Miss Bridegan, as well as Florida's invitation rules treat law enforcement's files and knowledge as within the state's constructive possession for discovery purposes. just as it treats the state's attorney's office as the prosecuting authority rather than a mere agent. The defense requested these communications twice, on February 13th, 2026 and June 18th, 2026. The state produced nothing. This is a continuing violation of Rule 3.220J that this court should now remedy by directing the state to collect and produce them. Further, Brady v. Maryland requires production. The state argues these communications are not Brady material because it has not reviewed them. Okay? They're like, it's not Brady material because we haven't even reviewed the material. And I'm just like, well, that's not our fault. They could be Brady. But just because you're choosing not to do your job and not look doesn't mean it's not Brady. But an unreviewed file is not a cleared file. And a failure to look is not a finding that there is nothing to find. Exactly. Like, this is what they're doing. These are the games that should not be allowed. In the moment that if I was a judge and saw this shit, you guys have nothing to hide. Miss Bridegan, turn over your freaking messages. Who gives a shit? I mean, what's going on here? What's the problem? What's the problem? The remedy is the same. In order directing the state to collect and produce. Absolutely. Ms. Bridegan has waived or at least severely weakened any privacy objection to the requested communications. A person waives a privilege against disclosure of a confidential communication by voluntarily disclosing or consenting to disclosure of any significant part of, or by disclosing it without a reasonable expectation of privacy. Waiver is not decided by any single lapse. It is decided on the totality of circumstances. The 5th District has applied the same principle directly in this deposition context. A witness who testifies without asserting a claim of privilege waives it because usually waiver in one proceeding is waiver in all proceedings. This is not a case of one missed objection. It is a sustained pattern across public disclosure. 2 depositions, a fully briefed and argued motion to compel. And now you want to put in, well, we have a privacy interest now. And like I said, she didn't have one then. She said, I have nothing to hide. And I believe that she has nothing to hide. So the question should then ask, why does her lawyer want to say, like, no, actually, we need to... Did the lawyer finally take a look at all the material when they were like, no, this stuff cannot be turned over. This isn't... You may think that this is nothing, but when a lawyer looks at something and they say, okay, this is what they're gonna say, and this is what they're gonna do, and this is gonna totally fuck with a lot of people's credibility. That's what I think the issue is. So, at minimum, though, the state should be required to produce the communications with either a privileged log or for in-camera inspection, so that the court, not the state, determines what Brady requires it to disclose. Absolutely. They've been hiding the 8 ball the whole time. They've completely abandoned their freaking theory of this case. It's going to be interesting. Ms. Bridegan's own conduct at every stage establishes waiver. At the first deposition in January of 2026, Ms. Bridegan answered questions about her communications with AB, LB, the prosecution, and law enforcement without raising any privacy objection. So she opened the door. That's how then we found out about all of this shit. Okay? From there, I mean, now we know that this stuff exists and we're trying to seek the material. It should be allowed. Nor did her counsel suspend the deposition. He was there. Briefing and hearing at the motion to compel, the second deposition. Ms. Bridegan opposed the defense's motion to compel, a second deposition, but raised no privacy or privilege argument in her opposition or at the hearing on that motion. And this is just what I call, like, you're throwing the kitchen sink and whatever can stick here. Okay, we'll try this. And if that doesn't work, okay, now we're going to move for us to not be able to do this because of privacy. When the court then ordered her to sit for a second deposition regarding the content of her messages and directed her to review her devices, applications, account records, this was a court order, and calendar in preparation for that testimony, she raised no objection to that order either. Order granting motion to compel deposition at 8. Nor did she move for reconsideration asserting a privacy interest in her communications. None of this happened. So I think her lawyer failed her from jump, okay? And I think that Kirsten Bridegan should be pissed off at her attorney. I'd be so pissed. Like, what the hell? Because when one would read this, it's like, yeah, why didn't we make all these claims then? And this is what it shows me, is that when you read the timeline of all of this, look at what the court told her to go do. When the court then ordered her to sit for a second deposition and said, hey, before you do this, review your devices, applications, account records, and calendar in preparation for that testimony. She did that. And then when she was asked the questions, it's because of that review, she answered then questions, and it led to like, wait a second, you've been texting with who? You've been in communications with who? Well, we don't have any of these. And if you're communicating with the detectives, okay, and you're communicating with the state who's ever prosecuting this case, and then you're communicating with an A-class category witness, like, what's going on here? Like, we need these. And here, the state knew that she was doing this. So then what the state's obligation is, well, we need to get those material because we have to turn them over. So the state would go through Detective Johns, Detective Lamont. Okay, how do you think that Ann Taylor has anything to do with Bethany and Dylan as far as texting with Blaker? They didn't go and ask Dylan or Bethany for that. Detective Blaker had to turn that over. Those text messages. So, but here, Florida didn't go and say, hey, we need to go get this shit so we can turn it over. Second deposition, at her July 6th deposition, Ms. Bridegan again answered extensive questioning about the content and volume of her communications. Her counsel made no objection to that questioning. Counsel did not move for a protective order, nor did counsel move to suspend the deposition when the examining attorney asked about the contents of her text and social media messages, or about the nature and frequency of her contacts with AB and LB, with law enforcement or the prosecution team. That silence goes further than the isolated missed objection. Ms. Bridegan did not merely stay quiet through a procedural step. She spoke to the substance repeatedly and told the court through her own sworn testimony exactly how willing she was to disclose more. When you have a deposition in this criminal proceeding, everybody was there. The state's there. The defense team's there. The person that they're deposing. Like, this is something that you can do in Florida. And at this deposition, she was like, I have nothing to hide. Here, you can have my phone. The state can have my phone, download it, and do whatever. And so that's exactly what the defense team said. The defense team said to the state, Miss Bridegan, we go get her phone, like she just said that, and download it. And the state sat there and was like, no, we're not doing any of that. Straight up told the defense team, we're not doing that. I don't care if she offered it. We're not going to go get it. We're not going to go get the material. What? Dude, that's nuts to me. That's nuts to me. Now we have the affirmative sworn statement. Asked whether she would provide her phone and password for forensic imaging, Ms. Bridegan testified that she has nothing to hide, confirmed she would provide the password, and stated she has no history of deleting text messages. Bridegan deposition at, this is marked, this is not the testimony of a witness guarding a privacy interest. It is unqualified, on the record, commitment to produce. At minimum, Ms. Bridegan's conduct defeats any privacy interest under the Warren balancing test. The court's own framework weighs the requesting party's need against a non-party's privacy interest. Whatever weight that interest might otherwise carry, Ms. Bridegan's own conduct lightens it here. She raised it for the first time only now, after 2 depositions, a fully litigated motion to compel, and an unqualified sworn commitment to disclose. That is not the conduct of a witness who has consistently guarded a privacy interest, and it leaves little on her side of the Warren scale for the defense's established need to outweigh. Even setting the waiver argument above aside, the balance tips decisively towards Ms. Gardner. Here's the conclusion. That the defense is saying that subparagraphs E and F are mandatory disclosure under Rule 3.220B1B. Subparagraphs A, B, and D satisfy Rule 3.220F. On the same showing this court already accepted for subparagraph C. Every category independently falls within the state's continuing Brady obligation, and it fucking does. And Ms. Bridegan's own conduct across 2 depositions, a fully litigated motion to compel, and an unqualified sworn commitment to disclose has waived or at least severely weakened the privacy interest she now asserts. The defense's in-camera submission will substantiate these showings further. And so all we're asking for is they're saying to grant the motion as the subparagraphs A, B, D, E, F, and the remainder of G. And authorizing the issuance of the subpoena, the dues text quarterly, and grant further relief as the court deems proper. And what they wanted to do is, and Judge Kite was on board for, and then all of this crap started. And it was, Judge Kite said, yeah, you're going to get that. You're not going to get the whole phone. But what we think is fair is for you to have the conversations with everything with Aaron, everything with AB, LB, and Detective Johns, Detective Lamont, and the prosecution team. I think that the state should be sanctioned. This is all they've been doing this entire 4 fucking years, man. But now the most recent thing is we are changing our entire narrative of the case. And it was just that Henry Tenon was the only person there at the crime scene. Now, at least 2 people were there. And they do not have to, under any obligation, tell the jury who that second person is. Because it doesn't matter. We're going with solicitation. And if Henry Tenon, after being solicited by Mario Saldana, wants to bring a friend along, so be it. That has no bearing that on the did Mario Saldana solicit Henry Tenon. And I'm over here like, wow, well, if solicitation to commit murder, okay, doesn't require a payment ahead of time, like if I'm soliciting you for, let's say, I don't know, how do they do solicitation for prostitution and shit like that? You have to, what? Have somebody that's testifying that you were solicited or that you solicited somebody. We're not going to get that. And nor do we have that on a wiretapping. So what the court's going to say is we're going to use these 3 checks after the fact by 2 months to say that this is proof of the solicitation. I don't know. And we've abandoned our conspiracy theory. And I'm just like, well, how does this still have anything to do with Shanna Gardner? Shanna Gardner was divorcing this dude. And then she tells him that in January of 2022. She tells the school that. There's going to be someone testifying to that. And then in February, not even a month later, Mario Saldana is off soliciting, or just, I should say, just right after that, is off soliciting Henry Tenon to go and kill Jared, he's not a killer. This is not somebody that you would hit up to call to be like, hey, I need, I got a job for you. This isn't going and doing a landscaping job. They also are saying, if you read the information, or if you were listening, this indictment says that between November 1st of 2021 and February 16th, 2022, that's the solicitation period. And it's because they can show a text message or a phone call that occurred between Henry Tenon and Mario Saldana, but they've known each other for how long? It's really interesting. And it's like, how does a defendant defend themselves if Henry Tenon is not the shooter, right? Then Mario Saldana could never have solicited Henry Tenon to shoot somebody. to kill somebody if Henry Tenon's not the shooter. And I'm not allowed to call Henry Tenon to the stand. Or am I? And he's just going to, claim the fifth. I don't know. It seems like, it seems like this is a really easy way to try to shift the burden upon the defense. Like, you should have to, this solicitation is everything. Because first-degree murder is on the line for solicitation. To commit first-degree murder, then you're being charged as you are basically pulling the trigger. So the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mario Saldana solicited Henry Tenon to be the killer. Now, what Henry Tenon does after that to say, okay, dude, but I'm not a killer, so let me go and talk to these people that I know that are killers and bring them in, and I'll split the money that he's going to give me. None of that has to be all that that doesn't matter. They just have to, the state has to just prove that beyond a reasonable doubt that Mario solicited Henry Tenon. Period. After that, if Henry Tenon then is like, okay, dude, think about it, happens every day in the world of contracting. Somebody hired me to do a job, let's say, to finish someone's basement. I'm like, yeah, $20,000, okay? And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to Home Depot and I'm going to get some people that work there and say, hey, I'll pay you guys $5,000, $10,000 to go do this basement job, okay? And I pay them, but that has nothing to do with anything because I was originally solicited to do this job, and that's all this. They have to prove that. Then if I go and get people to actually do it from there, that doesn't matter. And I'm just like, but the state of Florida is saying that Henry Tenon is the shooter. And if Henry Tenon wanted to bring a driver along so that he had, because the way that he mapped it all out, and I'm going to need a driver, so I'm going to go, but Mario doesn't know anything about that or didn't talk about that, whatever. It doesn't matter. And I'm just thinking to myself, somebody that contracts a fucking murder for hire, then that's not being done by someone like a Henry Tenon that's being left to mastermind it. You get what I'm saying? And so if I'm just the jury here, you want me to believe that he said, hey, if you do this, I'll give you $150,000 after it's done. What? And make sure you spit on the tire and leave it in the middle of the road so that your DNA is all over that motherfucker. Woo! I think it's crazy. I just don't think Henry Tenon's the shooter. In fact, I think the evidence proves that he's not the shooter. And so, if the jury has a doubt as to Henry Tenon being the shooter, right? Can you charge Mario Saldana with solicitation? How does the defense go and tackle this? I personally believe that John Biggerstaff and his little this other dude from the Army Navy that hasn't even been mentioned yet. I have his name though. I think that these are the people that are involved. I don't think that Henry Tenon was there. In fact, I think he was at a restaurant waiting for his vehicle because they borrowed his truck. And he had no idea that they were using it for a fucking murder. So, and this was always his first statements, is that I wish I could help you to get the son of a bitch Mario, but I can't because I don't have any information. I don't have anything. I was not driving my truck that night. It was borrowed. And so here's the state. Well, Why aren't you indicting all these people that were involved in this shit? Instead, they're like, no, we're not going to indict any of these other people that were involved. We know that we can get this black dude. We're going to go at him and we're going to get him to confess to being the shooter and give him 15 years. Because he would still, hey, buddy, you're going to be doing this much time, if not, or you're going to be killed because this is the death penalty. So you can say that you're the shooter and testify against Gardner and Saldana. And we're going to give you 15 years. Or you're going for, with or without you, I have a case. That's what they said to him. With or without you, I have a case. And if you don't cooperate, then you're going down with them and it's a death penalty case. And I'm just like, why didn't you say that stuff to John Biggerstaff? Why didn't you say that to Jeremy Ordway, who lied to you? I mean, what's going on here? It's because I believe that Jeremy and John Biggerstaff were actually interviewed before the dates that they're saying that they were interviewed. And I believe that tire was planted there on purpose for the cops to find the second tire, the one in July. Not the one that was in the middle of the road, but that means that they would have found Henry Tenon's truck before the time that they said that they did. To then get the tire. I mean, I believe that Henry Tenon was paid to get rid of his truck because his truck was being circulated all over Jacksonville fucking news. That's what your potential 10 G's is. That's like the best case scenario. The worst for them is that it truly is for gigs, but I personally believe that it was for his truck to be, hey, do you want to go down for this? If you don't get rid of that fucking truck, here, I'm gonna pay you. You can go get another truck. I give you $10,000. Destroy that truck. That's what it looks like to me. So who killed Jared? Definitely not Henry Tenon. Definitely not Henry Tenon. I don't believe that Shanna Gardner knew anything about any of this shit. It was the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. You don't pay with checks on layaway for fucking murder for hires with people that are not killers. I mean, Henry Tenon is a freaking... he's not a criminal. He's not a violent offender. This is just wild to me. Yeah, who killed Jared? The state knows, but they can't prove it. And the state knew that they couldn't prove it, and this is what they went with from the beginning. And the only way that we can get him, meaning Mario and Shanna Gardner, is if we get Henry Tenon and to basically false confess. And Henry Tenon's going to do that because you're going down regardless. Do you want to do 15 or do you want to be killed? And then his little freaking public defender that he had at the time, who wasn't listening to what Henry was saying, he was putting him in rooms he had a lawyer, and he was putting him in rooms with two assistant attorneys. And this is on recorded jail calls that he's like, I never had a lawyer, man. I had two people that were basically working together for the state. That's in a recorded jail call. When one of his friends calls him and says, man, you know what they're saying out here? The state's saying that you're the shooter. And they're like, oh, is that right? That's what they're saying? That's what they're telling people? When they did the breaking news in January of 2023 and said, we know that Henry Tenon didn't act alone. He's the shooter. We know that he didn't act alone. He was blown away by that. There was no confession by Henry Tenon at that point. They did a tickling of the wire purposes because that came out in January, and then they did a wiretapping of Mario and Gardner's and all these targeted phones. And it wasn't until March of 2023 when they were able to obtain this sworn statement from Henry Tenon. And sworn statement starts off with, you just have to say what we talked about yesterday. Like, what? Like, you just have to tell them this. Wait, what? No. He should know all. If he's the shooter, he's the killer, he should be able to tell you a lot of shit. He doesn't know anything, though. And that's what Mario Saldana's team has been proving left and right. Like, that Henry Tenon wasn't the shooter, and I'm over here trying to say, and the state knew it the whole time. The state knew it the whole time. And they were willing to railroad Henry Tenon like that. And if I'm sorry, but if I'm the defense, I have to show something like this to the jury. But I just don't know if that's why we have to watch it and see what's coming out, because there's certain doors that if you open, then certain stuff can get in. So it's going to be interesting. I just don't know how is the gunman not being tried for the murder first? And so did you hear Judge Kite when she talked about it, and she said, here, this is the indictment. This is the information. And they mentioned the name, Shanna Gardner, Henry Tenon. That this was a, murder for hire. Did you guys hear the reported facts? Some of this may not even be true. And so they were reading off the indictment, and then they let everybody know that he was indicted by ways of a grand jury. I think there was a ton of lies given to that grand jury, by the way. But very interested. Just let's go back and see what they're doing in the courtroom. I don't think anything's going on right now. Correct. I don't think Shanna Gardner had any idea this was happening. And I think Mario did it because he didn't want to lose his cush little lifestyle. She's leaving him. That's on the record. And with the school and everything like that. And then literally within a month of her announcing that she was leaving him, and told the school that, hey, we're waiting till the end of the school year because we don't want to do any of this transitional stuff during the kids' school. Like, this is all going to be testified to. So, and I believe that Mario Saldana told his little friends about, like, the fact that, dude, she's leaving me. We're getting divorced. And then they were like, oh man, like, what the hell are you going to do? I mean, the dude had the cushest lifestyle. And if they get divorced, then what? So it's like, did Mario make a move to make it so that you could never, leave me type of thing? Or I could, use this as blackmail against you to say, so I think that's how you're going to have to defend Shanna Gardner. But I think that there's evidence that would really, really support that. So, didn't they lie about some check dates? Yeah, they tried to make it seem like the checks were before the murder. What it did, in my opinion, is Shanna Gardner also knew that Mario was home during the killing. Okay? Both of them are home during this killing. The FBI is going to testify to that both of these people were home. And so they're they cannot be the shooter. Neither one of these people. But I think the FBI is going to testify a little bit to the facts of staging of the cell phones. And they're going to talk about patterns of how they operate with their cell phones. And my question, then that comes into pattern of life. And I told Cyree about this case, and I said, hey, everything that you're talking about with your methodology, okay, and pattern of life, it's going to be a big point of contention in this case. And so shouldn't they need 6 months worth of data to be able to testify to, And I don't think that they went back and did that. So it'll be interesting. Also, I'm just, who pays $10,000 for a murder for hire case in checks after the fact? Who goes and commits something like that? Nobody does that. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. Wild shit. Let me tell you what they are going to be saying that one of these guys is going to testify to. Okay. Again, the state has gone wild trying to find jail inmate, here we go. So here. This was just turned in at the end of May. So think about it. I mean, you have June, July, and you're here August 10th. Category A witness, Fred, Carlos, Jimmy Jones, Emmanuel Alexander, right there. Look at this. Emails and text messages, State of Florida and Victoria Welch, State of Florida and Sissy Adams Jones, State of Florida and Michael Bosson, provided at the request of the defense counsel for Shanna Gardner in response to defendant's motion to compel specific discovery. And this is any written or recorded statements and the substance of any oral statements made by defendants, any written, this is co-defendants or informant. See that M? Statements relayed by Mario Fernandez to Emmanuel Alexander as follows. Relayed to the state on February 4th, 2026. Relayed to the state. Mario Fernandez was stressed out about his case, and his hair was falling out. This stuff doesn't even make any sense. Okay. Remember, Mario has been in jail since 2023. So, related to the state, February 4th of 2026. Fernandez said that the widow of the victim was an evil bitch. Fernandez knew Alexander had a bond hearing and was raising money to bond out and approached Alexander with a plan to help him frame the widow. What? Fernandez asked Alexander to contact Fernandez's brother and attorney when he was released to mail letters to the media and law enforcement agencies. The letters contained information provided by Fernandez to make Henry Tenon look like a liar and to suggest that the widow killed the victim because she was suspicious of him being gay. And that Alexander was supposed to make it up that he, the victim, was going to the gym to look at guys. Dude, what the fuck? This is insane. Yes, my dude is here. And I was like, really? So I'm like, wait, what? Fernandez provided Alexander with cases regarding prosecutor misconduct and wanted to point everything to Tenon and quote unquote turn the situation around on him. Fernandez would never say anything like this because why would you ever want to be saying that Henry Tenon is a liar when Henry Tenon took back his he recanted. This is bullshit. And it gets better, and there's a reason that you should think it's bullshit too. At the end here, Fernandez stated that my wife Gardner was the mastermind, and he, Fernandez, was supposed to be the executioner. In discussions about this case, this is the wording that the state has used it, executioner. Mario Saldana would not say that. Okay. Fernandez stated that Tenon was drugged out. What? Fernandez stated that Tenon was drugged out or drunk or both. Drugged out. Fernandez asked Alexander to assist in setting Judge Kite up. What? Because he knew Alexander was a Freemason. What does this even make any sense? Fernandez said that there was a 12-year-old girl with a case against him in the Carolinas that the judge had sealed to hide that the widow set him up. What? Fernandez said that he reviewed his discovery and that, quote unquote, they don't have anything on me, and stated that the time was off with him being a certain place and that someone from the state had come to his defense team's side. Fernandez stated that Tenon was in Nassau and that he was trying to get to him. Later, when Tenon moved back to Duval County Jail, Fernandez said he was trying to make him recant. Alexander provided a sworn statement. However, due to technical issues with the official court reporter's electronic service, the audio recording was lost. Get the fuck out of here. This should not touch a courtroom. And it's going to. This is unbelievable if this touches a courtroom. Judge Kite, I think she's going to rule that it's not coming anywhere near this. This is crazy. Relayed to the state on April 1st, 2026, so that was February 4th now, relayed to the state on April 1st, 2026, so they're just now relaying this on, look at this, May 28th, 2026. February 4th, why didn't you relay this then? April 1st, 2026. When are you relaying this? At the end of May of 2026. April. This is what happens in April. Relayed to the state on April 1st, 2026 during a recorded sworn statement. Fernandez was supposed to be innocent, and Alexander was supposed to be helping him frame the victim's wife, for murder and to discredit the co-defendant Henry Tenon. Fernandez told him that the night of the murder, the co-defendant and the victim's wife passed by each other, and that Fernandez was trying to use that fact to discredit her and put her on as a defendant. Fernandez said that, quote unquote, she, Gardner, was supposed to be the MM, which is mastermind, and he was supposed to be the executioner, which he executed the plan, and an acknowledgement that it was true, nonverbal. What? Alexander advised these statements were made between May 2025 and March 2026. What? And then I said, that is absolutely ridiculous, because look at it. Relayed to the state on February 4th, 2026. So when was this made? Between May 2025 and March 2026? How can anything be relayed in February of 2026 that comes before March? He doesn't even know what he's talking about. Alexander has the following pending charges: attempted murder, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and tampering with evidence. Alexander has 2 prior felony and then look at this stuff. Alexander has never previously cooperated in any case. That's not true. The state has made no offers or promises regarding his pending case. That's not true. Alexander's bond was reduced over state's objection. Why would this man's bond ever be reduced? He shot his wife 5 times in the head. This is who should come into courtrooms and freaking testify to cases. This has no business ever coming to a courtroom. And then I'm just like, this is crazy. This is nuts. And so he was deposed by, oh yeah, there's more. And then so he was deposed by the defense. And he is schizophrenic. He said he was telling people this because he was looking to get a reduced sentence. I mean, there's all this shit that's going to come out. I just think it's crazy. Oh, good question. Then you have to understand how Shanna Gardner's worth millions of dollars. Her family has millions. And if you killed Jared, if you're Mario, okay, then you're staying with Shanna Gardner because it's a blackmail thing. Immediately, I mean, this is what happens every day. Anytime that and this is what should happen every day, and then you just have to do your job as an investigator. But anybody who's married to somebody that gets murdered or divorced, those people are immediately in the inner circle and need to be investigated until they can be ruled out. Unlike what they do in Idaho. But Mario had financial gains. So that's why. Mario would want to kill Jared because Shanna wanted a divorce. Yeah, because then the divorce wouldn't happen. Now, also they just disclosed that Maria Biggerstaff advised the state during a meeting at the SAOs on April 15th, 2026. Why was Maria Biggerstaff down there? She just told, they're trying to say that during this meeting here, that John Biggerstaff told her his son came over today and was wearing a wire. She did not recall the date. Get the fuck out of here. Like, they just keep breaking off these pieces of this case to the defense. Like, but what motivation would Shanna have to not just rat Mario out? Because I don't think that she thought that he did it. She's at home. He's at home when the murder happened. They're both home. What do you mean, what motivation would Shanna have to not just rat Mario out? Because he's going to bring her down with him. If you say anything to the police, I'm telling them that it was all that you did, that you're the mastermind. That's why. Are you fucking kidding me? This is typical blackmail. Talk about how Mario flipped the whole switch here. This is extortion. This is blackmail. This is Shanna Gardner's not going to. Oh, gotcha. Do you think that she knows Mario did it now? No, I think that that's why she was so interested when Henry Tenon gets arrested. Okay. That's what I think drew her peak of interest. Of like, wait a second, they arrested who? Henry Tenon? That's Mario's fucking tenant. She's not, and so she immediately went and called her, I think it was, they're going to show this timeline. And like any normal person would, she has like this, first of all, she has a lawyer, but she went and talked to the cops without one. And, but it's like, you need to find out what the hell is going on here. What is this connection here? Like, she's heard that name before. And the reason that she's also heard that name before is because the cops were going around and talking to Mario Saldana's both their inner circles. So her friends, his friends, and they were showing up at people's houses. And so what the state is going to try to say is that Shanna Gardner was panicking. And it's like, what the fuck? Shanna Gardner finds out that Henry Tenon was arrested for killing her ex-husband and that there's more people involved and that he's just the shooter. And so it's like, what? And then everything that they're going to try to introduce, and I think the defense is going to show they're going to do a really good job of this, is showing that everything was reactionary based on what you people were doing. When you guys did something, and you did something on purpose to see what would be this fallout, like that big press conference was for the purposes to get these people that had conspired to be communicating. And it's like, well, why would Mario and Shanna Gardner communicate over a phone? If they're married, living together in their house and everything's like, why would they ever be calling each other and doing anything over FaceTime or phones? Like, why would you ever do that? That's like the dumbest shit ever, right? What they are going to be pointing to the fact is that what type of colluding or so panicking, where's Shanna Gardner calling Henry Tenon's family? Where's Shanna Gardner calling John Biggerstaff or Marie Biggerstaff or Juan Biggerstaff or driving anywhere and going to meet up with any of these fucking people? Because don't think for a second that they weren't wiretapping and surveying, because that would be the dumbest thing if you didn't. You would. Where's any of that? What they have is, in my opinion, Shanna Gardner, and that's why they're going to call her lawyer. Like, the defense team is going to call her old lawyer, and I think that they're going to waive a little bit here, but that's just what I would do is the prosecution is going to try to say that Shanna Gardner purposely was ducking a wire. And it's like, who wouldn't? Oh, because she's calling it out. Like, I think that they're monitoring my communication, so I can't talk about any of this. Well, that's exactly what I would say. I'm not. If my friends are calling me to say, "Oh my God, did you see that there was an arrest made? Who is this Henry Tenon dude?" That was Kim Jensen calling and doing that. And Gardner's just like, "Oh my God, do you think that I should call Mario and tell? Like, I mean, does he know that Henry was?" She knows that Henry Tenon is his tenant only because of him talking, and that was in 2022. Anyways, I don't think that that's running from anything. And then for me to say, if I was in Shanna Gardner's shoes, I would be saying the same thing too. Like, I can't talk about any of this because they're monitoring everything that I do, and they think that I'm involved in this, and they have thought that since day one. And so I'm not talking to any of you people. And so if you want to talk, then I would have to talk, like, call my sister, or however the wording was, or let me go get some burner phones if you want to talk about this. And it wasn't because the people that were the state tried to say that Shanna Gardner should be arrested for all of this, because that is her conspiring after the fact to prevent law enforcement from doing X, Y, and Z. It's like, what? No, I'm preventing law enforcement from using anything that I say against me and trying to twist it. Why did Shanna Gardner go out and do the interview that she did with the news? Because the Jacksonville people were running around taking pictures of her kids in the park, and she came out. She's like, I had nothing to do with my ex-husband's murder. I did not kill him. She came out and did an interview with the media. She went and did an interview in Jacksonville at the police department. So I'm over here like, why would she be doing any of this if she is involved in some murder for hire? Like, get your lawyer right away. Be like, I know exactly where this is going to be pointed. I know that she's going to be pointing this at us. I had nothing to do with this. I'm getting a lawyer. You can talk to my lawyer. And never go into the police department. So, I mean, would I guess and say, Mario, what the fuck have you done if I'm Shanna Gardner? Like, dude, what are you doing? Did you do this? Were you involved in this? Whatever the fuck he's saying, right? You don't know. I'm sure he's not. I don't know how he's going about it with her. But I think that this is the dumbest murder for hire that I've ever seen or heard of. And I think that there's more to the story than Shanna Gardner is just... This is just dumb. Like, this is stupid. And I think that using 2015 text messages during somebody's divorce about talking about she's calling Jared stupid, and that's a nickname that she has with her friends, and joking about funeral potatoes or something like that. I think that is just, if this is what you're going to literally say, that she was conspiring with 40 and 50-year-old women from the church, and one of them who's married to a black guy, And it's been a long running joke that black people, oh yeah, don't worry, just call it my man. Everybody thinks that black people are just so criminal. I'm sure he's got a man that can make him disappear. Like that type of shit. That's what we're going to be talking about in a courtroom, and that's what the jury is going to hear, is why you think that Shanna Gardner did this and conspired, because she's been looking for a hitman since 2015. And then the court's going to tell you that, well, she just went ahead and married one, Mario. Okay. And so then Mario thought that he would pay. If she married a hitman, then why didn't Mario do the hit? Why would Mario go and get some fucking idiot? Some absolute fucking dumbass. No offense, Henry Tenon, but you're not smart. Okay. Why would it... What, don't you think that Mario would be... He knows all these military people. Why the hell would you go and get Henry Tenon? Henry Tenon's not the fucking shooter. No, the state saw a way how they could present this case, and we're going to have to lie about Henry Tenon's involvement here in order to be able to get Shanna Gardner and Mario. And they did. They railroaded that black dude. And I think that it's absolute bullshit. Because Henry Tenon didn't shoot anybody. And he came out and said, wait a second. No. I've been trying to get back into this courtroom. You guys have kept me out of the courtroom for 2 years. You guys still haven't sentenced me. Why? Because you knew that I was recanting. Because you've been listening to my jail calls. I don't even know what happened. I told you the truth. But then you told me that you were coming for the death penalty. And I got a case with or without you. You make it easier. We'll give you the deal. 15 years. What the fuck do you think that he's going to say? Wouldn't you do the same thing? They railroaded you. And now it's got to go in front of a jury, and a jury has to hear that you did a plea deal and you said, yeah, I said that I was the shooter, but I didn't know anything. I think I'm almost like, does Henry Tenon have to testify? It's just wild how the state went about this. They did it dirty, and because they wanted, and it's like, maybe you have it wrong. Maybe you have it wrong. Maybe Shanna Gardner isn't involved. You know, why couldn't Mario have gone rogue? Because that's what it looks like to me, that Mario went rogue. And why would you wait years? Those funeral potatoes, yeah. Right, she is his gravy train, yeah. Bragged how he could do it, but it was BS hothead talk. Yep. Shanna didn't think he would really, and he was home. He holds that convo over her head and not divorce him. Yeah, that's exactly what I think happened. And I think also what potentially happened here is that if this hothead had already been talking to John Biggerstaff about doing this, and then Mario Saldana's like, no, dude, we're not. Like, and you look at John Biggerstaff's money problems, John Biggerstaff's like, then there's a chance that even John Biggerstaff went ahead and did this shit without Mario. And then because he needs this money, you need to check all this shit out. And it's like, hey, they're going to think it's your motherfucking asses. And he was the one that got one of his friends to borrow the truck from Henry Tenon, because we're going to do, it wasn't like you're borrowing my truck to commit a murder. And so there's an even angle that's like, hey, now I'm going to get that money that you said we were going to do this back in the day. And now what? We're just not. Well, I was banking on that, and I don't have any, like, look at my financial situation. I'm going to be evicted yet again, and blah, blah. And I just think that the solicitation of this whole murder for hire thing, I think the jury should have a lot of questions and asking what constitutes a solicitation. Because what if they're just all venting, and then it was actually John Biggerstaff that says, hey, do you just want us to take care of that problem for you? who's soliciting who? And what if they're like, what if it's like, no. Or shit, maybe, I don't fucking know, man. Depending on how this shit goes down the road. And then come to find out, well, she's fucking leaving me. She's divorcing me. And it's like, dude, now's your chance. You're gonna miss out on that gravy train. Like, she fucking divorces you. You're fucking out doing what then? And talks him into doing that, hey, we can still take care of him, then we can fucking extort her ass for the rest of our lives. I'm just saying, these are fucking shady ass motherfuckers. And so, do I think that Shanna Gardner's involved? No, I don't. Just like I don't think Henry Tenon's the shooter. I think that whatever this entails, it involves Mario Saldana and whatever these fucked up relationships he has with John Biggerstaff and 2 other dudes, and one of them is Jeremy Ordway, who was one of his tenants. And unfortunately, Henry Tenon got mixed up in this because he agreed to let some fucking dipshits borrow his truck. There's no fucking way that Henry Tenon is on foot running around Jacksonville after a shooting and during a shooting and did the shooting. Okay? The dude can barely, like, walk. Okay? And it's just... Why would he have somebody say, here, come and pick up my truck for me at Taco Lou's so that I can be on every fucking camera over here? And then I'm now going to walk all over, and how is he getting, and you know, how was he getting on foot to where the shooting occurred? Where Taco Lou's is you're not walking from there. You're not going to make it on time. It's just the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life. Henry Tenon did not know any of this was going down. His truck was used and borrowed. And now the question is who borrowed his truck? And Henry Tenon's like, I don't know the dude. He's a friend of the friend. I've seen this dude in passing, and he said it was a white guy. And I believe that. I knew there was a reason I never wanted anyone to ever borrow my car. The murder weapon has never been found. The murder weapon is a 10mm Glock. And this is what should scare all of us. What was probable cause to be able to get John Biggerstaff's Google? How were you able to get his Google? How were you then able to, when did you get his device, and did you download it, if ever? But they have a Google transaction where John Biggerstaff is typing in January of 2022, looking up 10mm Glocks. He already owns one, but he's not allowed to have any of his guns because he's a convicted felon. And this John Biggerstaff is an ex-reserve Jacksonville sheriff's officer. He was a cop. Wait till what do you see that they say in this case. And wait to see these geofences that they set up. And wait till you see Christina Stifler, who's the prosecutor here, she's the one that's running around signing and putting all these search warrants in, or subpoenas in, for the geofences that ATF's involved with, and it's interesting what they did. They immediately got a search warrant / subpoena for the call detail records of Shanna Gardner and Mario Saldana for, like, you know, that initial period. And then they just went through to see who Mario was calling and had been in contact with. And there was tons of phone calls between Mario and Henry Tenon and Mario and John Biggerstaff. And they knew this right off the rip. So let me ask you guys a question. Why would you wait 6 months to talk to Henry Tenon? You wouldn't, would you? The timeline for me in this investigation blows. It's not organic. And it's because when Lindsay Butler from the ATF was involved, and she got involved right away, guess what her responsibility was? It was like being like a criminal researcher. And she was looking up anybody, so all these people that were named and whoever Mario was calling right around the murder. She starts looking them up. And she starts running these reports on them. And what do you think is going to come up right when you were running a report on Henry Tenon? Well, that he just came in possession of what? What type of vehicles does he have? Well, just recently, his dad died, and he drove over to Georgia and got a truck that was his dad's. And it's this blue Ford F-150 that they said they were looking for. Well, Lindsay Butler, unless she's absolutely horrific at her job, would have known this immediately. And the deposition of Lindsay Butler, woo-wee! Lindsay Butler is in some shit. And she's a fellow Bearcat, and I don't want to see her get involved in some shit, because that's my bias right there, man. She's a Bearcat. Lindsay Butler, we're going to hear from her. She works for the ATF. But guess who set her up? Stifler. Well, Lana, what are you talking about? Well, because she was working the case, and then Stifler lies to the defense and says that Lindsay Butler was a taint team member. No, she was not. And then that comes out, so it's going to be outed. It's going to be wild when that comes forward. But going back to what Lindsay Butler was designed and was doing is she's running and she's pulling up these people and running reports on who these people are that Mario Saldana was contacting. And so you have Henry Tenon, Jeremy Ordway, and John Biggerstaff. Those three people right there. Lindsay knew this in February of 2022. There's not a doubt in my mind. Maybe I will give her just a slim, I'll give you the beginning of March, okay? But if you're designed and you're brought in to do this, you're going to know this right away. So whenever they got the CDRs of Mario, and turned it over to Lindsay to do that work, she's pulling that information like this because of the resources that they have. And I know that it was like that would happen in March. And that's when you can start seeing the returns of the search warrants, because then they start putting stuff out in feelers for all this stuff to do with John Biggerstaff. They started preserving, they preserved a geofence around his house during that time. And that would have been well after, when we're talking about people's phone records, and if this whole 7-day bullshit, where that's going to be outed in this case, we're going to get to hear what the relationship the ATF has with these, cellular companies. The ATF is basically like the feds for, it's federal partnerships. But you have half of March and then all of April, May, June. Why would you wait 5 months to physically go to the property where Henry Tenon and Jeremy allegedly live at that Potomac address and go there at the end of July? Why would you wait 5 months to do that? 5 months. Why wouldn't you be going to talk to these people like way earlier than that? Right? Well, because they knew that they were dealing with a complex case, because the widow is blaming Shanna Gardner and Mario, and they know that Shanna Gardner and Mario were home. So if they were involved in this was definitely a murder for hire situation, right? Because if you think that it's them, well, they were home, they can't be the killers. But we were going to have to work strategically to be able to put all this together. But you should first make sure that the current wife, isn't involved in this. And you need to make sure and look at Jared as a whole to see, what's in Jared's orbit, as well as you're working with what the wife's telling you. So there should be all these things should be moving together. And I think what this case is going to reveal that was not the case. The only thing that was moving anywhere was everything with Shanna Gardner and Mario, right? I think that's what Jose Baez and Diane Menasche are going to show. And I think that Mario's attorney is going to show that as well. But the thing that we should be asking ourselves here is, okay, then, even if it's moving that way, why aren't you talking to John Biggerstaff and why aren't you talking to Henry Tenon? Why are you waiting that long? Well, ready for this? They are determined to find this blue truck before. They want to find the blue truck. I believe that they were buying time to find this blue truck. Because guess what happens? In July, the first ever time that the police, these detectives, go to Potomac to talk to Jeremy and, they know that Henry Tenon's going to be arriving because they must have been watching his patterns. He comes home from work and they're there. And guess what's there? Just waiting to be claimed. There is a truck tire that was in the right there by the mailbox and the grass next to the driveway. It was laying there, and then it gets picked up by Jeremy because he's like, I was tired of looking at it, so I picked it up and I leaned it up against the house. But so the police get there, and they're like, one of the first things that they ask of Henry Tenon and that other dude, Jeremy, is, oh, what's this? I see that you have a tire here. What's this tire here? Do you just want us to get rid of this? What cop would ever fucking say that to you when they come to your house to talk to you about something? Oh, hey, I noticed that this tire is just laying up here. Do you just want us to get rid of this for you? And then who says yes to that? Wouldn't Jeremy say, well, I have no idea whose tire it is, or that's not my tire? It's Henry's tire? That's not how any of that happened. He was like, yeah, you can have it. You can have it. I have no idea whose tire it is. It was just laying at the side of the house, down by the mailbox. What? And so the cops come there, interview, then talk to Henry as he's getting there with his dog moseying out of the car. And next thing you know, it was just for the purposes of, we went to the house and we got this tire. And the tire is the matching tire that goes with the one that's in the middle of the road. It has the same dot, the same year, bought, what they're going to try to say, bought from the same place at the same time. And this happened when they went and searched these records, and it was the records from two different Discount Tire and whatever the other place was. But let's just all remind ourselves how we buy tires and what we do with the tires once we buy the tires. So in this case, Henry Tenon's truck supposedly is being driven in the area, and it's the blue Ford F-150 truck. Well, guess what? A couple months would go by, and in March or April, I think it was April, Henry Tenon places the truck because it's not running anymore, he says. He places the truck at his friend's place called Jimmy's Taylor. It's a dude's name. And, hey, can I just leave this here for a while? I got to get X, Y, and Z because the engine blew up, whatever the hell he was saying, okay? He was trying to tow it, so he was calling for tow trucks. So you can see that in his phone records, yada, yada, yada. And so then, therefore, this truck is at some lot at his friend's place that's I don't know. There's just a bunch of shit there. Well, what it would seem is that the cops knew, and they were trying to locate this truck, but they couldn't act like they were trying to locate this truck. So when you look at the progression of this investigation, Lindsay Butler would have immediately found that, oh my God, Henry Tenon just came in possession of a fucking Ford F-150 blue truck that is the matching description of what we are looking for. Okay? But that is nowhere to be seen in any report. In fact, they act like they don't do anything to look into Henry Tenon until August of 2022. August. And they act like they weren't on the hunt for this blue Ford F-150 truck of Henry Tenon's until after July of being at that house. And I call bullshit. There is no fucking way. Because we go back to this. If Henry Tenon is the shooter and he used his truck because the original thing was it was just one person and he needs to get rid of them this truck, if he used one of the tires to place in the middle of the road, okay, that would mean that you have 4 tires on and you had 2 tires that were spare tires because when you got your tires, he had just put on 2 new tires whenever it was before that. The 2 tires that he had on before that were taken off to put the 2 new tires on, Henry kept them. So think about this. So Henry throws those 2 tires in the back of his truck, one of which gets used in the middle, placed in the middle of the road. Then the second tire is still in the back of the vehicle, like of his cab. So Henry Tenon being the shooter, if Henry Tenon knew anything about this case and he was the shooter, he would know that he took a fucking tire and put it in the middle of the road to cause this to happen. So why in the world would Henry Tenon get rid of his truck but say, hey, you know what? I need to keep that other tire that matches the tire that's in the street and is in evidence in a murder investigation. I need to keep that tire. And now how did Henry Tenon to say, hey, let me just pull this out of the back and just throw it over my fucking shoulder and what? Take it where? No, I don't believe that Henry Tenon did that. I believe that that tire stayed in the back of that fucking truck when it got placed in April over at this Taylor dude's house that has like a weird lot, whatever. Don't you think that would make more sense that Henry Tenon's that tire would stay in the back of that truck? Why the hell are you going to take a tire out and say, I need to bring this back to the house and leave it here? And display it like it's a souvenir. Or just leave it laying on the front lawn. And then Mario Saldana goes over there. Quite frequently, it's his property. When did that tire just land there to be laying on the grass and just collecting water every time it would rain? That Mario Saldana, anytime that he went over there, if he knows how this whole thing went down and if there was a tire in the middle of the road, right? Why the fuck is that tire here? Give me that tire, throws it in the back of, you guys gotta get rid of this tire. Why would you have this tire there? You would never, okay? And so I personally believe that tire did not get, this wasn't random. That tire was placed and found prior to those detectives ever going over to that house. And I believe that if there's a way that you can show through this timeline that the tire was obtained and placed on that front yard, and then I'm just going to put up on the side of the house, that this all just happens right before the detectives get there, and then they just say, oh, can we take that tire off of your hands? And nobody thinks anything's weird about this? This is nuts. This is nuts. But this is what gave them probable cause, is this tire. This tire that they're trying to just say that they organically found. No, that's not what happened here. There's no fucking way. If so, you guys, I will stop covering fucking true crime. Okay? If the defense from either one of these teams does not bring up this ridiculousness in either one of these trials, they deserve to lose. Their clients deserve to lose. And their clients can go ahead and serve up, ineffective assistance of counsel. I've went through the discovery, I looked at this timeline, and I'm like, if you're taking the truck and leaving it, Henry Tenon would have had to say, oh wait, hold on. He left like check stubs in there that were from Mario. Why wouldn't this truck have been completely cleaned out. This truck was not cleaned out at all. There was shit all over in that truck. But then he doesn't take any of that shit to say, oh, maybe I shouldn't leave these check stubs laying around. It's because he had no reason to. It's because Henry was not involved in a murder, okay? This was after the fact. Somebody looks like being told, listen, if you don't fucking do this X, Y, and Z and blah, blah, like, or I'm going to buy this from you, or da-da-da, like, you better get rid of it, and if I have to, and da-da-da, like, that looks like what that 10 grand's all about, is that you need to get rid of your truck because maybe then Henry Tenon's putting 2 and 2 together. Maybe fucking even Henry Tenon starts extorting people. Listen, I know what y'all did, you motherfuckers. I've watched the news. I cannot believe you used my truck in a murder. You know, I don't know if that could have been said. But then again, I have no idea if Henry Tenon's even watched and paying attention like that. I mean, you would have to be watching for several days in a row and be like a true crime person to like follow about all this shit. But there ain't no way that Henry Tenon thought that his truck was being used for a murder. But getting back to this spare tire, explain to me how that tire ends up on the front lawn. Explain to me how that tire ends up laying up against the house, and Henry Tenon's there every day, and Mario Saldana's coming around because it's his property. And for months, because when he got rid of the truck, you have to understand how long that tire would have been there. He got rid of that truck and put it at his friend's place in April. So you're going to sit here and tell me for half of April, May, June, July, 3.5 to 4 months, that Mario Saldana and Henry Tenon allowed a matching piece of evidence in a murder for hire plot to just fucking kick it in the middle of their fucking yard for days and weeks and months, or at some point during that days and weeks and months got picked up and moved and just let it lean up against where the garage is. You've got to be absolutely shitting me. There is no fucking way that I believe that. It is the most asinine thing I've ever heard. That tire literally is the match to the one that you put in the middle of the road to do this whole ruse to get Jared supposedly out of the car so that you can ambush him and kill him. It was with the truck that you hid. You would never say, hold up, wait, I gotta get that spare tire out of the back. Who the fuck would do that? Nobody. You don't need it. You're gonna take it and bring it to a house where you live? No. So this is what I believe. During the depositions, I would hope that the defense would have asked some questions along the lines to Jeremy about the tire. And just what I believe is, when did that tire miraculously show up? You said you saw it filling up with water, Jeremy, and then you were tired of looking at it, so you wanted to. So I went out there, took the tire, and I leaned it up against the garage. So, but where did it come from? How did it miraculously just show up one day on your fucking lawn, Jeremy? Explain that to me. When was it? And I'm just so curious of when he's going to say, because, you know, the police came over and they, like, was it that same day? Was it a couple days before that? Was it months before that? So, and I'm very curious the answer there, because either way you're walking him into a trap, because there's just no logical explanation for that tire to be there, because it's in the back of the truck. And then why in the world, if you're going to get rid of that truck, would you say, oh, hey, let me grab this. The other thing is that when he took the truck to go to his friend's house, Henry Tenon, then when he left the truck there, because he got it pushed in by another car, it was really a weird situation. But he doesn't have a vehicle. So how did Henry Tenon then get to leave that Taylor property where he's hiding this truck? And don't you think that the cops would want to put some of these dots together? The cops weren't interested in questions that you should be asking. It's like they already knew the answer. But if you're trying to figure out how Henry Tenon did any of this stuff, you'd want to ask yourself, well, how did Henry Tenon get home from there if you didn't have a vehicle? And if you just tried to get the tow truck to tow his truck to that Taylor lot? And then Taylor's over here saying, yeah, he came over and I helped him move the truck in all the way in the back. And he said it was like the engine blew up and he had to get something to blah, blah, and he hasn't been driving it. And then I'm over here like, well, this is not abandoned property. You had to go get a search warrant for that. And I was just shocked that and maybe we'll see it in like Henry Tenon's trial or something like that. But what if Henry Tenon is found not guilty of being the shooter in his trial? Then where do we go with all of these two cases that get adjudicated first, right? But then Henry Tenon goes on trial in like a year, and they find him not guilty. What if Henry Tenon's found not guilty? Are Biggerstaff and Orway, are they detectives? No. What's good luck mean in the fight? It's a good luck starter for a pallet company. So my question, God, it's storming here again. So my question over here is, if the jury finds Henry Tenon not guilty of being the shooter, based on the evidence, that he's found not guilty, what the fuck? What does that mean? How does that all work? And don't you think that it would that's why this order that they're going is something's amiss here for me. How is the shooter not being charged first? Yeah, it's storming. It's, you guys, logic. This fucking shit defies all logic. The state got themselves in a fucking jam. You want to know why? Because they did everything not on the up and up. And they thought, hey, we can bully this black guy into saying that he's the shooter. And then we get him to testify and say that, yep, we use these stupid checks. And to say that, yep, that was for payment and blah, blah, it was all just, blah, blah. And that they're going to, then this Henry dude's going to testify against Gardner and against Saldana. And that, yep, I was the shooter. And what jury's not going to come back and when you're testifying and saying, yeah, I did this. And yep, they paid, he paid me. Mario Saldana did. That's all we have to do. I think that we can railroad this guy. I think that we can get him to say that he's the shooter. And now I think that that's just sick. That's twisted. Because I know deep down that there is no fucking way that state believes that Henry Tenon is the shooter. But they don't care. Because this is their way to get the people that they believe really did this. And I'm just like, Jesus. And that's why I'm a really big advocate here of Henry Tenon is innocent. Henry Tenon did not kill anybody. He did not shoot anybody. And he did not know that a murder was going to be committed that night. And what they did to that man is sick. It's sick. It's fucked up. And if anybody deserves the $1 million fucking defense, it's Henry Tenon. And I just hope and pray that this Julie woman sees what's going on and that she keeps hitting up the courts for money to defend him, because I'm telling you, that dude did not fucking shoot anybody. In the state, by just saying that we're going to just go improve solicitation to commit murder, and that's how we're going to, yeah, look at this. Dude, what? I'm sorry, but no way am I going to sit on a jury and listen to that shit. And the shooter saying that they're not guilty. The shooter's over here saying that he was coerced into this, saying that He gave false testimony. He tried to get into a courtroom for 2 years and they kept him out. Like, they better introduce his jail calls. There's got to be shit. Like, I'm shocked that they're saying that they can get Mario's trial done in, 2 weeks. This week's jury selection, and then the next 2 weeks is the trial. And then the week after that, that Monday, begins Shanna Gardner's jury selection. And then she has 3 weeks set aside. I just, I don't know. So it kind of falls back on Mario. It's interesting. They just have to focus on that solicitation. That's the only thing that's going to matter. Is they need to really destroy the state's evidence about solicitation to commit murder because I don't believe for a second that Mario Saldana solicited Henry Tenon to commit murder. That never happened either. That's with other people. Because again, Henry Tenon's not the killer. So why the fuck is Mario Saldana talking to Henry Tenon about and trying to hire him? Solicit him. I'm soliciting you for murder for hire. Well, so that's what Mario's team has to focus on. If the jury comes back and does not find Mario Saldana guilty of solicitation, it's not guilty across the board for the first degree, because the solicitation had to take place, because that's what they're going with now. And I think the state was about to try to offer Mario a deal to try to kick Gardner. That won't come out in the trial, though. There was definitely some talks going on super late here, and Mario Saldana lawyer stood up and was like, there was never a plea deal. Stop with that shit. Like, stop, just stop. And Jesse, who's representing Mario, like, I cannot wait to hear some of the stuff, because I think he is really going to go and show, like, the state literally knew that that Henry Tenon wasn't the shooter. And I think that that's going to be a big part of this, is that the state knew that, and that they railroaded him into saying that. And the only way that they could get Mario Saldana is doing it this way, versus them actually going after the real killers, or whoever had the motive here to want Jared Bridegan dead. So I don't know. You just have to, the state, that this burden shouldn't shift. They should have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mario Saldana solicited Henry Tenon to commit first-degree murder. That's the burden, beyond a reasonable doubt, to prove that. And if you think $10,000 checks 2 months afterwards, that who the fuck kills somebody for $10,000, and that, hey, make sure that you write that shit to me with checks. And make sure that you write something so stupid like good luck Kickstarter pallet shit. And make sure you write $2,000 for the one, $3,000 for the other, and then $5,000 for, like, so 3 checks totaling $10,000 apiece. Dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Why the hell would you ever do that? You better get your ass to a motherfucking casino and go gamble. Take out money at a casino, go gamble for, go on a binge. Become a gambler. I'm not accepting your checks. Are you kidding me? And then, how about this? Why would Henry Tenon ever deposit them? And you should look at the checks. They look like they were all written at the same time. And I believe that they were all in a stack, like in the same book of stacks. Like that's what I think the state's even going to attempt to try to say that the stubs were something like that. But just because somebody gave you a check, you don't have to go cash it. I'd been like, get the hell out of here. Why are you giving me a check? Because we're going to make it look like it's for work. You can still make it look like it's for work beforehand, can't you? But no, like this is legit for work. It's interesting. I personally believe that the state got themselves into a pickle. Because they're like, dude, this fucking dude doesn't know a damn thing. Or he's just continuing to go on this lie. Even after he makes this deal to say like, yeah, I'm the shooter. He doesn't know anything though. This dude should know all this shit and there's just nothing there. They can't get anything out of him. Maserati and fucking the prosecutor, the other Stifler, are literally telling him everything about the homicide, about what's at the scene, to then be able to use in his confession. It's nuts. It is nuts. So I'm curious if they're going to if Mario is going to call to the stand like a false confession expert. I mean, I don't know. To say that the interrogation tactics that were used on Henry Tenon, like, look at this stuff. He doesn't know anything. He can't provide you any specific details. And it wasn't until the state starts telling Henry Tenon what the fuck happened, basically, that Henry Tenon then even just can name off some stuff. So I think it's, and I just think that the state knows this. The state knows that Henry Tenon didn't do that he did not kill anybody. But they're over here and it's all about, remember, this is a game to them. And they have a family that they're trying to get justice for. But this isn't how you go get it. It's really sad what they did to Henry Tenon. It's just common sense if you're soliciting and aliving that you pay cash. That way it can't be traced back to you. Yeah. I mean, it's a no-brainer. And that's why I even struggle for the fact that why would Henry Tenon even cash checks that lead to him from Mario paying? And that's just never been done. Like, and they keep talking about that Henry Tenon's like some handyman. Wait till that shit comes out. Did Henry Tenon do handyman work for Mario? Yes, he did. Yes. And they're going to be talking about that. And also so did John Biggerstaff. John Biggerstaff's over here talking about how he's going to get evicted. I'm telling you, the people that had money problems, okay? John Biggerstaff, I believe, did this. You want to talk about the shooter? I believe there was two people there. The only way that you truly do an ambush is the tire that has to be placed in the middle of the road. Okay, you also need somebody that's traveling behind Jared Bridegan. Okay? And so you would need a car. Like, why would anybody... So what the state's going to allege is that Henry Tenon's in the middle of the road with this tire. Without a vehicle there? Are you kidding me? That is the weirdest shit I've ever heard. How did he get there? Who put him in the middle of... I mean, he had to be in a car at some point, and then to just drop him, like, no, here, we're going to put you over here off into the woods, hiding, and then you're going to see him drive past because he's going to be dropping off the kids, and then... But this is like 2-3 miles from... That's a long period of time. How do you know that he's not going to go turn down some other way? And they keep saying that Mario and Shanna Gardner knew Jared's route. How would I know Jared's route home from my house? I'm at my house every time that my kids get dropped off. I am here. I have no idea which way. You know, there's multiple ways that somebody could go. Normally, and it's like the kids can relay that to me because the kids are out of the car. They don't know how dad drives home. And I think that also the kids could testify to, have I ever asked, hey, which way did your dad drive you guys home? Which way did your dad drive up out of here? I mean, kidding me? I mean, So I have issues with this whole case. I have issues because you're not using evidence and you didn't gather it properly. You didn't gather it, like, you're railroading people. Of course I'm going to tell you that I'm not doing, hey, Henry, we have your DNA at the crime scene. We know that you were there. And now we know, though, that you did not act alone, that you were hired. We will give you 15 years if you tell us that you were hired by, Shanna Gardner and Mario Saldana to shoot Jared Bridegan. What? Wait. Well, that happened a long time ago, Lana. Yes, I think Juan took weapon to Texas out of state and long gone. Yeah, but that was years ago. That was like way before this murder happened because he moved to Texas a while ago. So fuck that gun. Who gives a shit where that gun is? Why is he looking up a gun in January of 2022? But how should that even be relevant? How did you even get into him to look into what he's been Google searching and that he typed in his Google? Like, how did you get John Biggerstaff's, what probable cause did you have to get that information at that time? That's just mind-blowing to me. Just because Mario Saldana called me, a couple days before the murder happened, or even like the day before, or even like the day after, because guess what? Juan was coming in town because he had his wedding on that, like the murder was on a Wednesday. Juan's getting married on Saturday. Mario was supposed to be helping to go buy, to not buy them, but rent these tables to use to set up for their like rehearsal dinner and like the wedding and shit like that. Do you know that on the witness list is Stephanie's husband, this Zach Atkinson, like guy? Like, I'm over here thinking, like, what's he going to testify to? On the night of the murder, they were all eating dinner at Stephanie's house because Juan had just flown in. And I'm like, dude, who commits a murder? But this is what I think these people did. Who commits a murder when you fly in to have your fucking wedding? That's crazy. Your wedding weekend is always going to be associated with, wow, the couple days before do you remember when we just fucking committed, murder? The hell is going on around here? I wanted to know what good luck meant. I just told you. He wrote good luck on the starter. On the kick up. Yeah, there's not just good luck. That's not what it just says. This doesn't say good luck. Good luck on the starter. There's more than just good luck. And it's for he was starting up a pallet business, he was saying. Good luck starter kick or whatever like that. It's a starter kick. Good luck starter kick. And it was like, that's what he wrote in the memo. But one should have to ask themselves, do you guys know there's been a couple times that I've wrote checks to people and were funny and said something like, this is for last night to my friends. Back in the day when we actually had to give like checks to like our roommates for like paying for bills and stuff in college, the shit we would write each other in the memo section. I'm just saying. So Biggerstaff is whose lawyer? Okay, we're going to have you leave now. Biggerstaff is nobody's lawyer. And I'm not going to answer any more of your questions because I think that they're absolutely ridiculous. You just must not be paying attention today. Was he on federal probation at the time? I don't know if he was still on probation at the time. But, well, for a roof, that might be a starter. He was starting a business up. Starting up a business. He was giving him money, and that what he wrote in the memo, this is what the state's alleging. So I would say don't believe anything that you've heard about this case because it's all fucking lies. Okay? Their whole fucking case is literally lies. Lies upon lies upon lies. And I'm not saying that these people can't be the killers. I'm not saying that Mario's not involved. I'm not saying, but wow. What they've done to this Henry Tenon guy, absolutely ridiculous. He's not involved. He did not kill anybody. He's not a killer. You would never hire this dude, tall, skinny, 6 foot lonky dude walking around like can't even walk. Okay? He moves as slow as molasses. All right? And that he doesn't, here, I'm gonna give you this gun. This dude's gonna drive up, you're gonna place that tire, and he's gonna try to get out, and you're gonna just go up to his windshield and just start shooting him. What? That's the fuck, this dude, no fucking way. Come on. I just can't wait for it. That boy ain't got no legs. Yeah, and they're talking about him running from the scene. He's not running anywhere. and John Biggerstaff, you know what he was saying in an interview? He was already talking about his busted up leg, and it's like, wait, we haven't even got to that point. Like, why do you? I couldn't have. Look at me, I can't even walk type of shit. That's what John Biggerstaff's saying in his interviews. Well, he's also saying that he's swinging with Saldana, and the reason that we were talking was because it was something to do about our personal life. Because I let him fuck my wife. And I watched. Wild shit. And then there's going to be questions of well, why wasn't Mario and Shanna Gardner at your son's wedding? And it's like, why? What do you mean? Why would he? You know, they think it's weird if Mario and Shanna Gardner didn't go to, Juan's wedding. It's a Juan wedding. It's going to be wild. It's just going to be an interesting case. But they say not to leave your common sense when you become a juror. You don't check your common sense at the door. Okay? So if these jurors don't check their common sense at the door, I would pay money to be a fly on the wall when they have to be back in that jury deliberating room and talking about this case, and anybody offering up, well, hey guys, can we just talk about some common sense here? And then they just start talking about X, Y, and Z. Because there is no common sense here. You'd have to literally take your common sense and throw it out the window and go into a jury deliberating room. So I'm curious about how they plan on getting over this hump, the state does. And I believe that they're going to try to get over the hump by lying. Because that's how you would have to do it. And they've continued on the lie because they continue to say that Henry Tenon is the shooter. He is not the shooter. But that's the only way that they can get these other two people. It's totally different than the Adelson case, where they're like, Fredo and Garcia in a car and all that. Yeah, those are the shooters. 1,000%. I believe that, and I think that the jury got to see that. Okay. They got tried first in the Adelson case. Here, that it's like us trying Charlie first. Think about it. And then it's the equivalent of then after Charlie charging Wendy. Like that's like the Wendy is the same equivalent as Shanna Gardner. So then after you try Charlie, Wendy, then you're like, okay, now we can go ahead and we have a trial now for the shooters and McBanawa. Like, you should all be saying, wait, what? Yeah, the order that they're going about this is interesting. Lana, you should reach out to Tom. He's not going to talk. There's no way he's going to talk. Now, you want to see something? Want to see more crazy shit before the lunch hour here? If this stuff wasn't crazy enough. Here, Jose Baez said it best when he's like, what? We're just going to have... So a bunch of filings were made today in the Gardner case. And so what we're looking at here is we have... a motion, defendants for additional deposition on FBI CAS Special Agent Robert Blythe. They want to depose him more. Let me pull this up. You guys, I put in a tip. I have no problem saying it. I fucking hit up the tip line, aka I just fired off an email. And I said, hey, you might want to take a look at the cast mapping. Because in the Brian Kohlberger case, the cast people just went ahead and just totally changed the coverage maps. Maybe that happened in your case. Who knows? Okay, look at this. Can't make this up. Boom. The motion, the defendants, so it's a defense motion, defendant for additional deposition of FBI CAS Special Agent Robert Blythe. And then motion to transport defendant's witness for trial. Motion to transport defendant's witness for trial. Those are sealed right now. And I'm like, oh my God. Look at that. Look at that shit. What the fuck is going on? Our pets' heads are falling off. Why do they want to talk to this dude again? He's the cast dude. They're asking for, we have to depose him. We have some specific stuff we have to talk about. So I have no idea what's going on with that, but that is just happened 8/9/2026. That's Shanna Gardner. Before that, in this lovely case, let's go to, where is this? It was back in like 2024. It was right before they got the death penalty off the table. Okay, here. Why is it doing that? Why can't I hit that? Pets' heads are falling off. You guys know what that's from? Happy Monday, you guys. Is Judge Kite still in recess because she's going through that first panel? I think she's going through the first panel. They're trying to say that I don't have defense motion for transcript of Detective Christopher John's grand jury testimony. Okay, that's really weird now. Okay. Let me pull this up. All right, so oopsies. All right, this is the first. I want to show you guys something. This is the first when Jose Baez was like, listen, give me the discovery right now. This was the state's attempt to give them the first discovery. Like something that Ann Taylor would have gotten. Okay. And so they list down, here's your category A witnesses. And I want to show you how this has emerged, like how this has evolved. Johns and Lamont, there you're going to see significant, these are the lead detectives. They are going to be testifying significantly in this case. Perfect, Marky. Okay. So for you guys to understand what we're being expected is Lamont, Johns, heavy testimonies coming from them. Burrell, Corey, Kerr, Langus, these people right here, a lot of them were the first responding officers / they processed the scene / they processed stuff at like the police department. Your crime scene detectives right here. You heard the name Jarman today. Then you get to the ATF. Simon, Stengel, Mutz, and Butler right there. Investigation Research Specialists. Right there. If you need to be there for her testimony. Angel Mutz, same thing, because he basically outs Lindsay. Now, co-defendant, they were expecting Henry Tenon to testify, right? Because he's going to testify against them. Now, your expert witnesses, right here, Robert Blythe, the expert is your cellular now, the cast dude. We have heard, look at this, Peter Gillespie. Remember they said the medical examiner? They did not say the name was Gillespie. Unless Kite just completely mixed shit up. But I heard the Fairhing, that's the forensic biologist, but the Peter Gillespie, that's the medical examiner. Civilian witnesses. Now, a minor child right there. That's going to be either AB, LB, or Bexley, right? Then these first three people here, the two last names that are like kind of the same, except they have Calderon on the bottom. They were in a vehicle together. They pull up at the scene. Janelle Cruz, she pulls up to the scene with Peter, this Borja guy, okay? So you have two people in two cars that pull up. They are your first people that come to Jared Bridegan, like, get behind the car. Then you have Kirsten Bridegan. Now, Adam, those are his brothers, Justin, Adam. And then AB and LB are here, so that's got to be Bex up there. And they're listing her as they are going to have, or they're thinking about having the little 2-year-old who was 2 at the time in the backseat of that car. Curious to see how that plays out. Elizabeth Smith. Okay, that's going to be interesting as all hell. These then are these Curies, the Trevestani, like the Simmons, like these people right here. Cody and Chelsea. They're going to Chelsea, if they bring her in, is going to testify how Mario and Shanna Gardner went to a wedding. And at a different time from at that wedding, they were out and they brought back Chelsea to their house, and Mario took pictures of her naked. It's gonna be the wildest shit, you guys, because it just doesn't make any sense. Brent Parrish, he owns the gym, I believe. Lauren, John, I think that's a neighbor. Okay, this Devin Hightower, Dane Haight, like these William Haberl, these people right down here, this Normal Davila, these are people that ended up, and they were, see how it says Potomac Avenue here? When the cops, after arresting Henry Tenon for that traffic violation, they then went to the Potomac house, and these people were just randomly in this house, in a bedroom, just like laying around. I have no idea. Really weird shit there. Now look at this. Tyler Atkinson. Tyler Atkinson is Stephanie Atkinson, who's John Biggerstaff's daughter is Stephanie. Well, that's Stephanie's husband. Where's Stephanie? Like, Tyler. Gonna be interesting. Victor is a friend of, see, this is North Carolina. that is something to do with Mario Saldana driving in to fucking go to Pennsylvania. I don't know, some weird shit. This Lindsay Luna friend Matthew Hendrick. Okay, look at Matthew Hendrick. Juan Biggerstaff, John Robert Biggerstaff. So that's why you say JRB sometimes. These two right here, Jesus. Jeremy Ordway. Look at Potomac Ave. That's living with Henry Tenon. These three people right here. Oh, I am grabbing so much popcorn for these people's. Like, what the hell are they going to do? This Cruz person, same thing. This is going to be somebody that knows Mario Saldana and they game together on the internet. Chris Thomas, this Intrepid group. You guys just remind yourselves, don't ever go and deal with any PR firms and talk to like people like that, because anything that you say to them, it's not protected. I learned that in this case. Linda Lucetti, same thing. She's with that whole Intrepid group. But you know what's going to be hilarious is Detective John said that he tried to get Linda Lucetti to like come to the door and she was running around hiding from him. I have no idea. That's going to be funny. Amy Colton, again, out there in Utah. Kim Jensen, grab Kim and Brad Jensen, but Kim Jensen is written in paperwork as just of a couple days ago that the state is going to tell the jury that Shanna Gardner had started conspiring with Kim Jensen beginning in 2015. It's going to get wild. It is a 2022 murder case, but hey, she's over here talking to Kim Jensen, and Kim Jensen's her friend, and she'd known Jared for way longer than she knew Shanna Gardner. But now, Sage Hupiana, this is Shanna Gardner's sister. This is whose phone they wiretapped, Sage Hupiana. And it was Kim Jensen and Sage were having a call, and then there's allegedly like a three-way that happens where Shanna Gardner gets on the call. Hey, just call my sister. Like, they weaseled their way in to be able to wiretap Sage Hupiana, her cell phone. Again, can't wait to see what this is gonna show. Now, Shelly Gardner and Sterling Gardner, they are Shanna Gardner's parents. And then Marla D. Rogers was the neighbor of Shanna Gardner when she lived out in Washington. See West Richland, Washington? There you go. Now, Janie Deal and this dude, William, they were in the vehicle with Henry Tenon when he was pulled over for that traffic stop. Deal was on her way to the meth clinic. And William, I don't know. I think he was going there too. I don't know. But we have them on body cam. And Janie is allegedly at one point, Henry Tenon's girlfriend. Who knows? But they're really just good friends. And Henry Tenon is involved with drugs, but he made sure that his friends always made it to their methadone clinic. I don't know. Anyways. So now, civilian ear witnesses. Ryan, and then do you see Carter? See that? Do you see that there is a name redacted here? This Ryan and this Carter, Ryan is Carter's dad, okay? Guess who is being redacted? Aaron, E-R-I-N. This is the witness that has always been hidden from the defense, this name. And it is the person whose communications are at the center of a huge dispute right now. And I wanted to show you that this was proof, that I consider it proof, that back in 2023, November, when the state went ahead and gave Jose Baez and his team. Here you go. Here's this 25 pages of discovery listing it out. These are the names, whatever. Look at who they were redacting to keep under wraps. This is how it was filed. Aaron. Again, look at these addresses here. All of these people are called ear witnesses. It's because they heard the gunshots. Heard them. All these names, and these are like the Grand, the American, the Sanctuary, those addresses. That's right around where the shooting took place. Now, Category B witnesses are wire monitors. These are people that were involved in wiretapping. People from Jacksonville Beach Police Department, right here. Then the Simons, this is the ATF, I believe, D. Simmons. I could be wrong with that. Then you got, let's just look at all these people. So the first part of the people up until you get to N, all this Turpin, Powell, Cahoon, Lebe, Gomez, Brown, all these people, these are all people with the police department. Then you have Vasquez, Cedino, Smith. Again, that's going to be a cop. Who are these people? Bailey, TFO, Columbia County Sheriff's Office, Wiley, Davis, Gall, Anderson. I mean, look at this. All involved with wire monitoring. Secret Service agents, taint agents, names to be provided because they fucked up. They were debating on how they were going to do this because we have a problem. Computer forensic unit, phone and device downloads, names to be provided. Category C witnesses, civilians who provided video or surveillance footage from their houses. Heather Ireland has been MIA. They tried to depose, the defense tried to depose this woman a bunch. I'm curious if they ended up ever getting in touch with this woman. Now the O'Reagans and the Hansons, I think that's going to be interesting. That's some Ring camera footage. Custodian of records, a 911 call. Jail calls, West Richland Police Department, because that's when Shanna Gardner was in Washington. Orange County Sheriff's Office, this is Mario Saldana. And then the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office jail calls. License plate reader, they just slid that in there. All statements of witnesses, including police reports, body-worn camera, depositions, recorded interviews, statements as listed in attachment to this demand. There was nothing there yet because it didn't happen. So C, all defendant statements of Gardner and Mario Saldana. All that stuff was redacted. All co-defendant statements of Henry Tenon as listed in discovery attachment. Whatever they were asking for with E, none. All items of evidence obtained. So this is the first discovery drop. Orders authorizing the interception and recording of communications. Look at what they did. They went for an application for order authorizing the interception and recording of communications. Order unsealing the intercepted communications for purpose of discovery. So the guidelines for this is they did all this. So intercepted communications of Mario Saldana, Gardner, John Biggerstaff, Jeremy Ordway, and then SH is Sage Houblian, whatever her last name is. The raw data of non-pertinent calls and pull camera surveillance during interception to be provided. It's approximately 4 terabits. Search and seizure documents, including all subpoenas, search warrants as listed in discovery. Any statement brought out in the depositions in the following for the medical examiner, the body diagram, all this shit. The ATF forensic laboratory report was 10 pages. The FBI cash report completed by, this is everything they want. Where is all the shit? Where is it? So nothing was given to them, or nothing is being, wrote about. Photos, maps, charts, diagrams, all this stuff. And then here we have the DNA swabs. They got Mario's, they got Gardner's, they got Bridegan's, they got Jeremy's DNA, they got John Biggerstaff's, they got Henry Tenon's. And then they did elimination swabs. And then they missed some people, though. None known to the state at this time. This is the Brady disclosure. The terms of co-defendant Henry Tenon's plea is outlined in his plea form. The co-defendant did plea as charged to second-degree murder with a weapon, conspiracy to commit murder, accessory after the fact, and child abuse. The defendant will be sentenced by Judge Kite to a sentence of at least 15 years up to life. And then here's Henry Tenon. Like they're like, here, this is what we're giving you. The defendant was also arrested at the time for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. However, the state declined to file this charge. The state's disposition statements reads as follows: because the firearm recovered was an antique shotgun, they knew that it was not able to be fired. Therefore, the firearm recovered is excluded by the statute for prosecution. Yeah. And they still kept his ass in fucking jail. Henry Tenon was kept in jail beginning in August of 2022. And he is still being kept in jail. Off of bogus shit. Tenor's prior impeachable criminal record. Look at this. Look at this. In 1983, youthful offender sentence. 1990, possession of a sawed-off shotgun, Georgia, 1984. 1990, 1992, 1992, 2000. Show me where this man has done. Look at, there is nothing on him. This was 2022. He's an older man. He just thought, you know what? I've been out of trouble, like with all this stupid shit, right? For fucking 2 decades. Let me just go ahead and do a murder for hire case. Stupid. And so then they list, and so I took all these dates. So look at these subpoenas. The Wendy's, they went and got Frosties that night. Jared took them there. Look at how soon they went after the Navy Federal Credit Union of Shanna Gardner. On February 22nd, AT&T, 3-2. See that right there? That is well past 7 days. 3/7/2022, American Express, so Gardner. Jared Bridegan's bank stuff, Shanna Gardner's bank stuff. They don't give a date there, though. Look at Mario's USAA Federal Savings Bank, 3/7. Mario's stuff. March 9th. Verizon. AT. March 16th. Michelin North America, Goodrich, because they're going after to figure out that tire crap. PayPal, Mario. Right here. Look at this. This was the big gap. Look at April and May. April, 4/1 until May. So 6 weeks they weren't doing anything. And then here, look at this. Boom, all of a sudden. Let's go for Capital One for John R. Biggestaff. Guns.com, Mario Fernandez and John R. Biggerstaff, 5/12/12/12. See that? John R. Biggerstaff. How are they getting... Look at this. How did they get these subpoenas? Look at all this AT&T stuff. This is way after 7 days, isn't it? Hell yeah, Lana. Now I see what you're all about. Yeah. I cannot wait to see all this shit. Because they have historical records on all these people. And we're not talking about no 7 days later. They went and got these people's phones. Look at, here's the dates. 6/16. AT&T 6/22. Sony PlayStation 7/5. Bonnie's Auto Sales 2004 Ford F-150 VIN 7/6/2022. That's before anybody was talked to. Why are we going to Bonnie's Auto Sales? 2004 Ford F-150 VIN. That's before anybody was talked to. They had the VIN. They had all the information on Henry Tenon's vehicle. They're going after Sterling and Shanna Gardner's Chase Bank. AT&T. Then here we have, look at these numbers: T-Mobile, Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T. Look at all this: 7/8, 2022, 7/13, 7/25, 7/28. Here now we're getting into right here at the end of July. We're talking to Henry Tenon and Jeremy. J.O. Discount Tire. There she is. Henry Tenon. Now look at Henry Tenon just comes flowing. 8/11, 8/11, 8/19, 8/19, 8/19. Henry Tenon are trying to find all his stuff with his banking. They knew immediately where to go. They didn't do any banking. They looked no further than anywhere else other than right there. AT&T, here it is. Henry Tenon's AT&T on 8/22/2022. How in the world are you going to be able to tell me that you're able to pull any type of GPS from timing advance records if you cannot go with outside of a 7-day? According to Judge Hippler, look at the ATF reports when we get to see them. I have them. But when we get to see them, how in the world were they able to go back and do GPS stuff off of timing advance with phones that were obtained? We're talking, remember I told you guys this was like, fuck your 6-7 days. We're talking 6-7 months later. And this is what I was trying to say. This case blows everything that we've heard about the Idaho 4 case out of the water. Because they went and they obtained this shit. And they got it. AT&T, look at 8/22/2022. This murder was in February of 2022. AT&T for Jeremy Ordway. He has AT&T. Cannot wait to see what that would have brought back. Look at these T-Mobiles. 1, 2, 3 phones. I mean, look at all these phones. WhatsApp. Apple. They won't give us the dates. We needed them. T-Mobile. I'm like, oh my God. Toyota, North America. They're going after the Tesla. Search warrants. So that was subpoenas. They're using the subpoenaing power. Now, search warrants. Ring door at Shanna Gardner's house. Apple Book. Historical records for Fernandez Saldana. That was way outside the 7 days if he has AT&T, right? They go for his email. Then John R. Biggerstaff. They won't give us the dates here, but they're going for on January 1st, 2022 till 4/27/2022. So if I should go up in here and look, what was that 4/27 date? See right here? They don't talk about doing anything. They don't want to put it in writing yet that we're over here doing shit for John Biggerstaff. And so I would cross-reference and I would say, look at some 4/1 to 5/12. Were they trying to seat a grand jury then? I don't know. But right here, I go based off of this. And the end date pretty much gives me the date of when they went ahead and put this in. So 01/2022 to 04/27/2022, that was being served basically April 27th. This was being served March 31st because it's the end date. John R. Biggerstaff, order precluding subscriber information. Tenon, look at this. So see how far they were able to go back? Take a look at that. Tenon, search warrant for Tenon's DNA. How did they get that? How did they get a search warrant for Tenon's DNA? Google device IDs. Jeremy, J.O. is Jeremy Ordwell. Same thing. Look at how far back they're going. They did his in October of 2022. They were going back all the way to January 1st. How are they able to do that? What did they get from this? Historical CSLIs. I mean, what are we dealing with here? Are we talking about AT&T? Are we going back that far? We're able to get... Because remember, they preserved a bunch of areas, and I think this was the argument that anybody that has a brain would be making for Idaho case. Like, what's the ATF doing here? What's the state's attorney's office doing here? They know what they're doing. residence at University Street. They were looking for that. Ford, Tenon's Ford F-150. Look at this number, JO, same thing. Tracking device on Fernandez. They put a tracking device on his vehicle, on Hernandez's vehicle. An arrest warrant for Henry Tenon. The trap and trace for Kim Jensen. KJ is Kim Jensen. They did an OPN for Kim Jensen pin register. Search warrant for Fernandez's Toyota. Then their Samsung Galaxy. They got his cell phone after they arrested him. Then the T-Mobile Gardner cell phone. Silver iPhone model. They got, I mean, look at all this shit. They went in and got an Apple Watch. This was in 2023. All this stuff right here. The search warrant for Fernandez's Toyota. All this stuff right here. Everything that we're scrolling down right here. This is all 2023. Apple iPhone 14, KJ cell phone. Apple Watch, KJ cell phone. Corrected Apple Watch Series 6 Gardner. All those, look at all this shit. Now you tell me who would ever keep all of this stuff in 2023? Who would ever keep any and all of this stuff if you committed and you conspired to commit murder? Why are you keeping all these devices? Again, just the dumbest thing I think I would ever heard. Like, and then what's on these devices? So they went and got Apple iCloud for Gardner, Google down. I mean, witness statements. So then we can look and see when each of these people were interviewed. And this is just way too long to ask these questions to the kids. Why did you wait a whole month to interview the CPT interview of A, B, and LB that's right here? Why are you waiting until March 4th to ask them what happened on the 16th? That's just not cool. Shanna Gardner and Mario Saldana both went into the police station on March 1st. So this JC, JB, MT, CS, CS, BP, LG, PO, Mario Fernandez, Shanna Gardner. And I want to know if JB is John Biggerstaff up there, because they've been using JRB though. See this JB on 511? I think it's him. And then look at, we have to redact that. And then ES, who's this ES sworn? Eric Sullivan, I don't know. Henry Tenon, July 19th, HT, JO. Looks like it's July 22nd, but they typed in something and then backed it out. And they changed this because look, if they're going to be going in order, well, how is JO before JN? See, July. Unless they're just saying, oh, it was just in July. We don't even know the date. Come on, man. JO, 7/26. Henry, so that's the same day. The Henry and the JO here should be 7/19 to both of these people. I don't know what the hell they're doing. But that's the day that the tire was taken off the lawn. 7/19. JN, Janie, I don't know. But this is JO is Jeremy Ordway. They call him back. Henry Tenon is 8/18 because this is when they pull him over and they arrest his ass for the traffic stop. Why aren't you just ticketing him? JO 2 times on the same day, because guess what they do? They had his dog with him. They had to bring the dog back over, and this is when they tell Jeremy Ordway that Henry Tenon's truck was involved in a murder right here at 6 o'clock in the morning. And the detectives lie to the grand jury. The detectives lie to the courts. And they say, oh my God, how would Shanna Gardner know anything about Henry Tenon's truck? Because nobody knew about that. Fuck out of here. You told Jeremy Ordway, and guess what? It's on a body camera, and we have it. And you told him that Henry Tenon's truck was involved in a murder. And so that's how Mario Saldana found out about it on the same day, because Jeremy told him. Like, these people are just sick. These lies. Then on 8/18, okay, we have then JB again, 8/22. Then look at this huge gap. The huge gap. They're not doing anything. Huge gap. So nothing at the end of August. Then you got September. And again, it's like another 6 months, you know? And then, okay, we're back to talking to, this is a recorded conversation we had on 10/6. This is this Devin person. EHND. Again, big gap here. TA. Again, John, bigger staff 2 times. Could it be Juan, actually? The JBs could be Juan. And this is right before Christmas. Look at 12/9/2022. This is when they talked to him into wearing a wire. But guess what they're leaving out of this? They're actually leaving out all the JRBs. That's actually what they did in this. So remember, this is the first discovery. And they know they're leaving dates out that they know of in here. And this is the games that they play. JB, very interested in that on March 10th. Is that Juan Biggerstaff? Where's TA? That's going to be Tyler Atkinson. So let's see where they talk to him. Right there. 11/18. They got him involved. TA right there. Oh, I can't wait to hear these fucking recordings. And then KJ is Kim Jensen. They bring her ass down here. They're just nuts. Then Fernandez Saldana's body cam is on 3/2. It's when he was arrested. Then the Gardner body cam of 2/6/2023. Or I'm sorry, not when they were arrested. This is when they served the search warrants to take their stuff. They weren't arrested. This is when they came to their home for the Gardner was in Washington. JO controlled call. This is him on a wire. Look at 7/19/2022. Look at how they put this here. That's Jeremy Ordway on a control call on 7/19. Put that back up here. Look at them trying to put this in not chronological order. And 7/19 is the day of the fucking, when they first ever supposedly talked to anybody at that house where Henry Tenon and Jeremy are like, oh, sure, yeah, you can just have that tire. Go ahead, sure, no problem. Let's go back up here to 2020. Look at this, 7/19. See all the problems they were having? I knew that was, it's like anytime you're filling out a spreadsheet and you go to put a date in, then you like fuck it up. It then puts this shit in. So JO, it's a controlled call on that day. Boom, daddy. Holy shit. Like I said, let's go. Look at that. Look at these slime balls. JO controlled call. We're just going to put this here at the end and act like, see if nobody catches the fact that it's not in chronological order. What a bunch of stuff. These people are just wild. The state's wild. This state prosecution team, they are fucking, you think Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson or something? Woo-hoo-hoo! Nothing compares to Maserati and fucking Stifler. What we are going to see in this courtroom, holy shit, the lies. That's ridiculous, DB. Like, and you know what's crazy is I am doing this off of pure memory. You know, I wish she would cover the Tupac murder trial. I can't believe after 30 years it's finally going to trial. It just happened to fall at the same time as this. This has everything to do with everything that I've been studying with everything to do with these phones. I just know how important this is, and if nobody else wants to follow it, and when I talk about the Idaho 4 case and they're so fucking lost, yeah, this is going to be why. Because they had no interest to actually learn it, to understand it. So, Luther white van pick, that's going to come up. Because it's like, why weren't you looking into a white van when people were giving you this shit? All right. Let's see who else. Look at all these geofence search warrants. They were putting them all over the city. Google geofence here. 20 minutes prior to the murder, they did a cell phone tower dump. The Pampa, like they did just a bunch of different areas, and they did it around where everybody lives. Look at all that. Look at this. Let me see this in the Kohlberger case, because they should have been using the geofence for all the different areas, east, south, northwest, to get out of that town. St. John's license plate reader. They did the victim's car. The infotainment center from both cars, from Mario's like Tesla and from Jared's car. Right here. 10mm pistol transactions from beach pawns. They can't find that gun anywhere. See, completed geofence search warrant prior 1840 hours. So then they even went out 20 minutes before the murder. We're gonna move up from before the kids were picked up and stuff. This is at 6:40. Completed geofence Cradle Creek. That's around Biggerstaff's house. Completed geofence of the scene T-Mobile Tower Dump. Ex-wife's house. T-Mobile Tower Dump scene. Consent to search Mario Fernandez DNA. Michael Bess. Google geofence provider. Look up that name. Wait till you see what the connections are there. John R. Biggerstaff messages Google return. Again, I'm so interested. How'd they get into that? JRB search history. That's just where he's like looking up a 10mm January 26th. Potomac Ave tire location. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Let me see those photos. The Crown Vic. Chain of custody from St. Johns County. Cell phone consent. Henry Tenon DNA search warrant. They had, I hope Julie goes hard for that. JRB's toll records for his phone. JO. Cell phone consent. Jeremy's giving his cell phone up. Signed away. Here, you can go ahead and go into my cell phone. Clothes taken from garage. I mean, JO. I mean, this is crazy. They didn't charge any of these dudes. They did not charge Jeremy. They did not charge John Biggerstaff, Juan. And yet here, they think that Henry Tenon acted with somebody, but God knows who it is, and they don't care. They doing Kurt Cobain, too. Who's doing Kurt Cobain? We need land on the Tupac case. Keefy D should have just kept his fucking mouth shut. He had immunity rocking for his ass. I don't know how much I can cover on the Kurt Cobain case because we know way too much and aren't supposed to know it. So I shouldn't say aren't supposed to know it, but out of respect for Bella, because I could probably pry in and say, tell me everything you know. But if Courtney Love is going to try to say, get all the evidence, Courtney's a fucking fool. Courtney's full of shit. Fuck her. Yeah, she's just running her mouth, though, Courtney is. Everybody knows that Kurt Cobain didn't blow himself away with no fucking shotgun. These people are just dumb. Go show me how that's possible. Go ahead and try to shoot yourself with a shotgun in the head. Let me know how that works out. Hey, Lana, have you saw the filings in the Sandra Birchmore case? I know there's filings. I haven't gone through them yet, no. So when I first saw this, right? When I saw they handed all this stuff over and it's all like laid out. And it's like, it makes you seem like, oh yeah, there's nothing, they're not hiding anything here. Like, here you go. You know, we're giving you all this shit. Like, look at this. Is like, it seems like it's so fucking organized. Holy shit. Holy shit. No, this is just what they want you to have. Because it's so bad. But what it looks like is it's just like, holy shit, this is so organized and so overwhelming, and we did our due diligence and all this shit. No. It's really interesting. Look at all this. They swabbed the shit out of that Ford F-150. Whose DNA was coming back in there? Because if Henry Tenon wasn't driving that, did they wipe it down? Look at all this. This Ford F-150. They swabbed the living shit out of it. Look, it was all in this F-150. And he's like, let me just leave all this shit in here. Bluetooth beanie. Value, pawn, and jewelry paper. Advanced America papers. Small yellow notepad. Mail, beanie. Paper with Uncle Mike. Check. Business card. Gold latch. First Premier Bank papers. JEA papers. IRS papers. PNC Bank papers. Envelopes, pay stub, check. PNC ATM receipt. 3 check stubs. Right there. Those 3 check stubs. That's the 3 checks. PNC ATM receipt. You think you're going to leave all of this shit? Face mask, lug nuts, advanced parts receipt, cigarettes from ashtray, pair of socks, mail, boot box for steel toe boots, 2 bungee cords, 4 screws, baseball style hat, control swab 1, swabs 31 is the sunglass holder, swab 39 front passenger headrest, swab 26, 25, 24. I mean, they did more swabbing of this vehicle than they did Brian Kober. Front passenger seatbelt, front passenger handle, front passenger door lock, window switch. Front passenger armrest, interior door handle, front passenger chrome door handle. They are saying that Henry Tenon was not driving this truck that night. And that somebody else was. Well, whose DNA is in that car? Whose DNA is in that truck? Seat adjust controls front passenger charger, glove box handle, front passenger seatbelt, control swab number 2, tailgate handle, rear passenger chrome door handle, rear passenger window switch, rear passenger seatbelt. Look at all that stuff. You know how much time there was in between when they got to swab this car? This would have been, the murders was in 2022, February. And they didn't find this vehicle until they're trying to say it was like October of 2022. I think. Look at all this. They didn't do any of this to the Elantra. Spare tire valve stem cap. Swab from middle of rim on spare tire. Swab of inside rim from spare tire. Now I'm totally confused, actually, because what type of spare tire was it? Because what the one spare tire would be that you had left would have been the one that's at the Potomac house because you pulled it out of there because you left the other spare in the middle of the road. Oh God, I can't wait to hear this shit. Small tire from bed of truck. That's different than the spare swab of inside rim from spare. Because they're calling it the small tire from bed of truck. Spare tire, photographs. Oh my God. Does he just have fucking tires for days laying all over? Do you guys see how ridiculous this is? So he takes just one tire out. Is this before they found the tire of the house? After? Hey, what's up? How hard was that? What the fuck? I gotta stop here anyways, so hold on. I'm ending right now. Give me a second. All right. I need to go have lunch. So, God, you guys can't really see that. That's horrible writing. How come I can see it better? Hold on. Is it really that bad? Hold on one second. That's horrible. Okay, that's better. You guys, I'm telling you right now, we are in for a ride. This trial is going to be good. There's going to be some really good lawyering here. I'm going to have a great lunch. Thank you so much. I have to go check my my lawn and my new chairs. Yes. Okay. All right. I will talk to you guys. But holy shit. Let me just scroll down just a couple more. Wow. See, JJB. Who's the fuck's JJB? They must have made a mistake there. JRB maybe. TA, audio interview of TA. I wonder what the hell he had to say. Damn these swingers. He's like, I'm not a swinger. Look at all this shit. Okay, guys. Yeah, they swabbed the living shit out of that Ford. And the question now is what did they test from it? Because Mario wanted stuff tested. Specifically, Mario wanted the beer can tested at the crime scene that wasn't tested. All right, guys. We will see you. I'll be live this afternoon. Maybe I'll do a little Tupac live just for all you Tupac fans. But tonight, join me. It's going down. 9:30. I might do a happy hour live at 5. And then we're back here on Wednesday in the morning because tomorrow they're doing they're giving the time for the lawyers to get everything together. So Wednesday we're going to hear all of the voir dire questions that come about in phase 2. Peace out, guys. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, moderators.